formal. But we continue saying thank you very much. You know, Saturdays are for outings and for family. Yes. When we get to unwind after this week, thank you for choosing to come and unwind here with Jerusha and Emmanuel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ministry Publishers. Thank you very much, all the sponsors that have made this possible. Tunafuraha kwamba kupitia ufadhili wako so I was passing a note of gratitude to the sponsors, those that have made this possible. Thank you very much, Baraza Media Lab, for hosting us. Asanteni sana. Thank you, Ministry Publishers and panelists. Tunawashukuru sana. Thank you very much for accepting to be with us here today and help take us through these two literary works. Thank you very much also to our keynote speaker, Commissioner Lebuta. Thank you very much. Our chief guest, Mwalimu Austin Bukenya. For those that have only heard about Professor Bukenya or probably interacted with his works, today presents you a golden opportunity to interact with him one-on-one. Yes, you have that golden opportunity of interacting with a legend. Bukenya has, alongside others, shaped the East African literary world, and the mark and imprint he has made in this field is indelible. At the staggering age of 80 plus, he still holds his pen firm, still writing poems, and is a major reference point when it comes to poetry and literature in East Africa. Kwa hivyo siku ya leo tutakuwa na nafasi maalum ya kutangamana na mzee, as well as hear from him, all the way from Uganda. So karibuni sana. You're most welcome. We are happy that this beautiful Saturday afternoon we have chosen to share it with us. Thank you very much, family, also for being a pillar and a strong one for that in this. So Ben will keep us entertained before we roll the program officially. too. Once again, I'd like to say karibuni sana. You're most welcome to our book launch today. Our chief guest of the day, Professor Bukenya, is already in the house. So we will not take much time. Would like to roll the program. A couple of our panelists are already here, so we are all set. Tunasema karibu sana kwa wale those still at the reception. Please join us in the auditorium so that we roll together, so that we commence together. We continue saying thank you very much. We don't take it for granted that this beautiful Saturday afternoon, you've chosen to dedicate it to Jerusha and Emmanuel as they do this book launch. We know there are a little other more interesting places you could have been to, but you chose to be here. It tells us how much you love and you find poetry interesting, and especially knowing that you'll be in the noble presence of a rare gem in the literary world, Professor Bukenya. So, without much further ado, I'd like to invite us to arise so that we together sing the national anthem. Kindly, shall we arise? Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Our chief guest of the day, Professor Bukenya, distinguished guests, the panelists who are here to help us with getting an understanding of the works. Our esteemed authors, Jerusha Kananu and Emmanuel Marete, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity once more to give you a very big karibu to this great event on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. It's beautiful because the weather is in agreement that we didn't really need a lot of sun. We just needed it cool as it is. My name is Mawira Toto Mwari. They also call me Mwarimu. I will be your MC of the day. I also prepared to learn that Professor loves the name Mwalimu. What he has been for the better part of his life. Karibu sana Mwalimu. Without much further ado, I'd like to invite Vincent DePaul. Vincent DePaul is the CEO, Mystery Publishers. Mystery Publishers have worked with Jerusha and Emmanuel along their literary journey. If you will recall, we had another similar event. Was it last year or last year? Yes. And so, Mystery Publishers really keen on seeing the literary world grow, especially for budding, self-publishing authors. And so, ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in putting our hands together to Garibishan Vincent de Paul to give us his opening remarks for this event.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Welcome to this event, to Baraza Media. For those who have traveled all the way from out of the country, welcome. We are glad to be with you here today. So, distinguished guests, cherished authors, readers, and lovers of stories, it is our pleasure that you have come to witness the launch of these two books today, and we are privileged to have you join us. A celebration of voices and vision and the transformative power of the written word. Tonight, this afternoon, we gather to launch the two remarkable books, Launched to Dusk by Emmanuel Marete and his beloved mother, Nuria. This is a second edition of this book, and we have really improved it. And I believe that when you go to read it and compare it to the first one, you will see the difference. It is a unique and yet united by a shared courage to explore truth through poetry. Dawn to Dusk invites us into the luminous world of a young poet, Emmanuel Marete, whose voices resonate far beyond his ears. And when I was working on this book, many a time I would tell him, the language you have used is not for a 14-year-old. I would always return the book to him. Can you please change this language? So it has been an enriching journey working on that book. Nuria by the indomitable Jerusha Kananu Marete weaves satire and tradition into a tapestry of resistance and reflection. These words remind us that literature is not only an entertainment, it is also a mirror, a memory, and a movement. Because everyone who is talking of marrying a co-wife, why do you want a co-wife? It is a movement. And beyond this literature, it will leave you with questions for yourself. I am immensely proud of the authors whose words bring us together this afternoon, and grateful for the unwavering dedication of our editorial team, led by our editorial director, who is at the entrance, design and production teams who ensured these stories came to life with excellence. We are also deeply thankful to our partners. Heartfelt thank you to Baraza Media. They have given us this venue, and you can see it is a serene environment. We are grateful also to those who have supported us in this venue and this book, which you will see later. To our readers, you are the ultimate of every book we publish. Thank you for believing in African stories and for turning the pages and for keeping the flame of literature alive. And that is why you are here to witness this event. Let this event be not just a launch, but a reaffirmation of our shared commitment to stories that reflect, challenge, and ultimately heal. May these books find a place not just on your shelves, but in your hearts. Because as we continue through the program, we are inviting you, get a copy. So thank you, and please enjoy the journey ahead. May you have a nice afternoon. Welcome.
A better round of applause for Vincent de Paul, please. Yeah, and as is observed, not many 14-year-olds would really appreciate poetry. Ordinarily. Along my journey in the literary world, I think I also got really deeply to appreciate poetry in my 4th year at the university. And one great man who pushed me to the corner is one, the late Dr. Alembi. Dr. Alembi is, we were doing children literature. And so we were either to write a short story, children poems, or a children play. I wrote a play, but on my personal judgment, I dismissed it before I gave it to Daktari for assessment. I wrote a short story, I discarded it midway. 2 days to when we were to do the presentation of the work, I spent the whole night writing children poems. 2 days, and I was able to compile a whole 12 beautiful children poems. And when Dr. Alembi told me they were wonderful, I thought he was just pulling my leg. So, yeah, for a 14-year-old, yes, it is really something. Makofi kwa this budding author. Great, our guests keep flocking in. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. You're most welcome, yes. We are happy and glad you are here. We've just started. Now, I'd like to invite the panelists for the first book. We're going to have a panel that is going to be moderated by Odhiambo Kauma. I follow Odhiambo a lot on Facebook. I'm curious to meet him today, and I am glad that this is happening at such an event. So, Odhiambo, kindly come and welcome your panelists, and in the meantime, we'll have a brief interview as Silas Kerenya takes to the stage. I don't know whether James Mashari is here to take also to the stage. Tony Muchama is here. Chelsea Nzula, if she's here. Regan Munene Mukomi. And then of course, Motuma Emmanuel. And the author, Dawn to Dust. As they take the stage, a brief interlude to a game of Okija. YouTube channel. We are live there. So if you can ask a friend who may not make it here physically to follow us. Karibu sana, Commissioner Laguta. Asante sana, karibu. Makofi kwa keynote speaker for the day. And so without much further ado, Odhiambo, take it away, please.
Not sure of the protocol, but with humility, I want to salute the presence of Professor Bukenya, our chief guest, and thank you, Mwalimu, for being with us here today. Respecting the protocol, my job here today is simple. First of all, is to congratulate Emmanuel Marete. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Great, such a great feat, and thank you for gathering us here today. First of all, I'm going to take my first minute to have my guests introduce themselves. We'll start with Silas, kindly. Your introduction.
My name is Silas Kirinya. I'm a consultant counseling psychologist. I am a founder and a CEO of an organization called Amazon Counseling Center.
I'll pass the chief guest or the author.
Morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Marete. I am a law student at Stanford University.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel. I'm also a law student at Stanford.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Janelle Nyambura, student in Gilbert University, pursuing business and election management. Thank you.
Yes, no problem with that. Of course. And I'll go first to Marete. From an introduction to your book by Dr. Gamelli told you, this is how he describes your work. That Emmanuel gives voice to that silent cry in the hearts of many young adults across the beautiful continent of Africa, where many parents, in their efforts to get a better chance at a good quality of life for their families, often end up exacerbating the gaps that modernization and its concomitants create in society. When you set out to write Down to Dust, is this what you're looking forward to be a voice for the youths who are facing various challenges in family, in the society? Is this what you expected to achieve when you set out to write?
I'd just like to say yes. That is the main aim and motivation towards writing the book. It has always been a dream to make a worthwhile impact to society. And so when I set out to write Down to Dust, I first asked myself, what can I, as a child, do? What can I write? Not for me, but for the reader. How is it that I can help a reader? And also creating entertainment so that it's not boring and it's not such a book. It's an entertaining book with lessons intertwined. So that is how I landed on mental health. It is not just in Africa, I believe. It's when you look at the content structure in a way that the persona is not limited. It is not particularly limited to gender, race, ethnicity, or anything. Rather, it is a book that aims to address all and to help anyone who in the feeling whose voice feels muffled, which I realize is all of us, to an extent where our voices are unheard even by our own selves. So the point of the book was to first of all create awareness in yourself, because it is by learning yourself that you'll be able to express yourself to others, and by understanding others, then that is when society will grow as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Dr. Silas, to you. As a counselor who definitely probably has worked with youths, how hard is it a task for youths to talk for themselves? How hard was it for Emmanuel to come out and write this book? Who went through his mind as a counselor when he was doing this, when he came out to speak for youths in this matter?
I'll start from a very light note. When I read his work, I must say, as a therapist, I felt overwhelmed. And what we do usually as therapists, when you get overwhelmed, you pick a cup of something, you drink, and then you breathe. And then from there, you make an appointment to your therapist too as well, because you need to share the experience that you have.
The therapist or the therapist?
Yes, exactly. And so when I booked some sessions, 6 sessions in Manchester, I spoke to my therapist, and my therapist told me that young man who has written this work, you should bring him for therapy. So almost like my therapist felt like that author is traumatized. And so I said, no, in fact, you need to hire him, because he can bring out what you are not able to bring out as a therapist. That's on a later note. But I would say this, that when I read this work, first of all, I didn't imagine the Emmanuel I know. I imagined of a 60 years old man who is seated and looking back, in his life from childhood, and trying to see how he was traveling in his teenage life, and with the wisdom and the skills that he has learned over time, he is trying to put that in a way that the world can understand. It is very difficult when you journey with someone in therapy to be able to give names to what it is that they're going through. Bearing in mind that we are very limited in terms of language, especially men. Especially when you have to really speak about your emotions, you have to really speak about things that make you vulnerable, things that may make people judge you, we lack words. And oftentimes we kind of suppress that. But this young man has been able to bring that out, name it, and give it an image, such that whoever is reading this does not need Emmanuel to sit there, but actually you can see the whole picture of what it is that he's trying to say. But this is not just written for himself. It's not just written for a bestseller book, which I think it will be, as we launch it today, but it's actually writing for so many that do not know how to bring it out to a therapist, to a parent, to a teacher, to a doctor, so that it can be helped. But when he brings this out in the way he has brought it out, whoever reads his work actually begins to realize, oh, I am also part of this journey, and I need to reach out into myself and bring myself out. So it echoes what it is that you're going through, it brings it out. And that's what I've seen from the work that is done.
Thank you so much. To bring us all in, I want us to practice a smile in just 1 second. That's nice. That on the head. Sure, a good smile for all of us. Now, Emmanuel is asking us, what really lies inside? And there's this line. Glam and glow fill the outside, but inside is gloom and doom. What really lies inside for us with Saturn, the only lady in the panel? The mic is yours. What really lies behind that smile? Gloom or doom, or glam and gloom?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. For me, I feel like most young people have a tendency of thinking it. Like you tend to just smile so that you don't show your parents you are sad. You don't want to show people that you're sad, but actually, you're actually going through it. And the challenges, yes. So I feel like the young people fake a lot and they tend to pretend that they're strong, but they're not strong, and there are things that they're actually experiencing, and they should talk about it, so that like the smile of that they put on in real life, that it becomes, it's real, not actually faking. That's what I feel.
For me, my thought pattern literally moved towards young people who have a tendency of not knowing what's really inside them. Because for anyone without a sense of direction, that this person will be led anywhere by the wind, by the waters, by anything that comes through him. So when I, as a young person, don't know what's inside me, then automatically things like depression, things like fake smiles, she talks about, what Marete writes in his poems. I face these problems because I don't know what's inside. And majorly, most of the times, the reason why we don't know what's inside us is because we've not been taught, we've not been taken through, we've not been told that as a young person, as a young man, you should have things like visions and such things. So when you don't know what's inside, then automatically, the side effects of not knowing that hit you hard. So I wouldn't know what's inside, whether it's glam or glow or how to describe it, if at the onset I don't even know what's inside. Yeah.
Morning, once more, everyone. Good afternoon, sorry. You guys look amazing. Before I even answer my question, I can see a couple of esteemed guests. So, for me, I think my answer to the question, what really lies inside, is everything. Everything lies inside. And
There's nothing on the outside?
when I say everything lies inside, I mean that human beings have to deal with quite a number of things, and society does not really allow us to show that everything on the surface, and therefore we mask them with smiles, charming personas and whatnot. But deep down, we are facing the harsh realities of life, and these realities include loss of loved ones, financial struggles, education struggles, and everything. Yeah, so that would be my short answer to that question.
And I think you're bringing us to exactly where I am. Emmanuel, as you pick up the mic, what really was happening around you as you sat down to really write this poem? What really was the environment like, the society around you, the issues around you that pushed you or created this eagerness in you to write this poem? So what was happening?
Sorry. I was actually having a conversation with Dr. Silas over here, and I was telling him that I think one of the things that pushed me towards mental health is not that I'm depressed. It's quite the contrary. I've been raised in love, like so much love, that there's this analogy that my teacher used to use back in grade 5 to 6. I remember that man very well. Shoma, he used to say, whenever you're writing a composition, so this was during the formative stages, write about the man biting the dog, not about the dog biting the man. So I was looking back and saying how, and I just realized how strongly this philosophy affected my work. Because even if you look at my compositions at school, I always find a way to end in tragedy. So that is why when picking the stylistic device of this book, I chose to invoke the feeling of sadness, because happiness to me seemed normal. Of course, I am not ignorant of the fact that it is not, and I am very appreciative that I have been raised in love by my mom, my dad, my aunties and everything, and my uncles. But the environment around me, as I grow older, that is when now you start interacting with peers, that is when you start understanding the world does not revolve around you. That the world is not for you, and there are other people, they have other situations. So as I was speaking to my mates, to my friends, I realized, wait a second, this happiness thing is not normal. It's a blend. That's when you start, appreciating what I like, and then it's also intertwined with the feeling of pity, with the feeling of not knowing what can I do. If there are this many people going through this, and then they're feeling this depressed, and what exactly can I do to help? Not just them, but in a broad-based manner. So that is what was going through my head. How can I help my peers? How can I help anyone else really to understand what it is they're going through, and to know that you're not alone? Because the thing that, from my experience, the thing that kills most is silence. When you feel the fake smiling and everything, you just get tired. First of all, your cheeks get tired because of fake smiling and everything. And also, emotionally you're drained because you become a shell of what you used to be. So that was the thing. I wanted when I was writing this, I wanted to put people in a state of introspection, everyone really to know who am I inside? Who am I to myself? Thank you.
Wow, we know we don't clap the parents. I think that deserves a clap. No, thank you so much for such a wonderful audience. Now, Dr. Sellers, make me understand what is going on in the society with young people. The society that Emmanuel was in as he was writing. He was able to look outside and see outside the happiness that he describes for himself. There are other people out there, and our societies are diverse. What are some of the common stresses for young people? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, yeah. So to begin with, I think, first of all, for us to be able to know the core, or to get to the truth, or to the essentials, we must be willing to go deeper in whatever it is. And I remember when I was studying philosophy, I remember an example given when the Curians, there's different philosophers who are trying to define what a man is. And so the philosophers we call Pythagoreans, the ones that wrote the Pythagorean theory, he says that man is a two-legged, featherless animal. In other words, is a two-bipedal, featherless animal, bipedal featherless animal. And so the Socrates, or Socrates if you like, they came and they said that definition is not complete. So they went, they picked a chicken, and they removed all the feathers, and then they drew it into the camp of the Pythagoreans and told them, take your man. And so when they looked at the chicken, they realized it's bipedal, it is featherless, and so this is a man we had defined earlier. And so they had to go back to actually redefine who a man is. And therefore they came up with a man is a thinking thing, and others came as a man is a rational being, and all that. So anyone who's willing to go deeper is the one who realizes the truth. And so when we try to check in the generation we're dealing with, especially among the young people, we want to know what is the core of what is happening. And the core of what is happening among the young people is lack of meaning. That's what is lacking, is a lack of meaning. And meaning is found from the values. That means then also the value system that the young people are inculcating in their lives is something that is wanting, or something that's not founded on reality, probably is founded on pain, founded on lack, founded on other schools of thought that actually they themselves are not able to own up. And so there is that part of the value system where now, as you try to accomplish or to live your values, you find meaning. And it is in that finding meaning that you express yourself in sharing with others, in the work that you do, in the whatever else that you do in life. It will basically be a response to those values and to the meaning that you're creating in life. So meaninglessness. And in fact, that is a reality, because if you look around, especially like demonstrations about that, you see someone is facing a policeman who is armed properly and saying, you killed me. What does that mean? It means I literally have no meaning for life. So that is an expression of what someone feels from within. So there is meaninglessness. Apart from that also, there is no voice. Meaning there is no way of bringing out that which they have just shared here. That which you have experienced, which can be emotions, can be thoughts, can be mindset, can be experiences, traumas, can be private experience that you don't want to share with another person, but you don't know how to bring it out. So young people, at times they feel like they don't have a forum to bring it out because they will be judged by the society. Because the society already has all these kind of standards. The way a man behaves, the way a woman behaves. And so the moment you become a young person, you want to behave like that man, but you realize you don't have what it takes to be like that man. You meet men who are motivated, who are aggressive, and want to, achieve whatever it is that they have begun in their lives. But for you, you feel like sleeping. You don't feel like waking up. You don't feel like doing anything. You don't feel like even washing a plate. You're just there. And in fact, if you're struggling with depression, for example, mental illnesses, you come to us, we look at it from a behavioral perspective. Because mental illness manifests in a behavior perspective. For example, if someone is depressed, what are the signs? One of them is that they lack motivation. Another one is that they will cry. Another one is like they will look weak. Another one, they don't have appetite. Another one, they want to stay alone. So when you come to a society where I'm born, especially in Meru, if you stay alone, you are a witch. So what does that mean? So you're already labeled not a mentally struggling young man or a young woman, but actually as a witch. If we look that you have no motivation, what is the description there? You are lazy. If you are addicted to some stuff, maybe alcohol, you can't stop drinking, you know, there is always a behavior that you'll be identified with. So that is a challenge that young people are going through.
Thank you.
Apart from that, also I would say another struggle, especially for teenagers, is looking for identity, identifying themselves for who they are, not what is presented to them. And that is a big struggle at the moment. And many other things that probably we share as we go on.
Yeah, thank you. Identity. A feeling that the society is we completely withdrawn from the wave, or let me say the cloud of youth. How far is the society away from the perspectives of the youth? How do you see things? Is it the same way the society sees them? How long is this distance between the youth and the society? Let me make us understand. You as a student, we've seen young people coming out with so much aggression. Sarah has mentioned it, that sometimes we look at it as an expression of a war within. How true is this? How neglected are the youths in the society today?
That's a good question. I'd say there's quite a lot of distance between the youth and the rest of society. If we do not look at the numbers alone, statistically speaking, I'm not sure if it's the youth or the old people who are more, but there's a lot of distance between the youth and the rest of society in terms of the things that they go through, new challenges that other generations did not even think were possible, struggles that did not even exist before some of your generations. So yeah, I'd say there's quite a huge distance barrier between them.
How long is the distance between the society and perspectives of the youth today? How long is the distance? How far are the youths today, the young people, away from the perspective of the society?
On a scale of 10, I'd say 11.
That's quite hard. Yeah.
And this is because there is a time I had a conversation with my mentor, Jerusha, and she was telling me that during her times, things like depression, panic attacks, anxiety, such things didn't exist. And I really about and told her, this is because most of them didn't know that they exist. There wasn't enough information to be passed around. Right now, an average 6-year-old has been exposed to more information than an average 52-year-old in the 1980s. This is because things like X, Twitter, Cocomelon, such things. A kid knows more. A kid knows that, I realize that, for example, they are from a single parent family. But they go to school, they check online, and then they realize, oh wait, I'm supposed to have a mom and dad. A kid knows that home sometimes tunaweza kosa. But then this kid goes to school and realizes the people who have a big on the sausage for breakfast are now online and some TV show. So this kid has been exposed to more information. Then this kid translated to our generation, which has more information compared to other generations. And that is why that gap literally exists, because of this gap of knowledge that we have.
Okay, technology is when, before you come in, Marete, to you as a young woman, a young lady, how do you feel? Do you feel that the society is understanding you? Your issues, are they being addressed?
I feel like sometimes the society tries to understand. Because the challenges that I'm facing right now, I can say they are a bit new. So trying to understand is also a bit difficult, but I can say the society is trying. Society, I mean my parents, I mean my mentors, and all that. So, yeah, that's all I feel.
Thank you. We don't have much time left. We should have had more time discussing this, but I think Emmanuel has started his work. Emmanuel, when you wrote this book, you had a message and you had something you wanted this book to achieve. Your introduction, it actually says that yours is a clarion call that we should talk more, that we should discuss this more. Do you think should be done? What should we do going on with this book and on the issue of mental health as you make your final remarks?
Okay, making my final remarks, I'd like to take this opportunity to add on the question when you asked how far is the gap. For me, I have the philosophy that there are two different societies entirely. Because with globalization and the rise of social media, you find that looking at, say, my mom, how my mom was brought up, and the way that I'm brought up are very different and somehow similar. So with globalization, you realize I have access to people. I can see the lifestyles of people in the US. I can see the lifestyles of the people in Ukraine. I see so many different families. But then back in the day, there was no social media. So what was happening in this household is what was happening in the next, and the next, and the next, and the next. And remember, I always keep hearing the child belongs to the community. So the community raised the child. So that is why I believe it is safe to say that many mental disorders did not exist at the time because there wasn't that confliction. Because even if right now, let's say we have estate A and estate B, yes, there are two communities, but they are intertwined through social media. So we will find that the norm here in Kenya is an absolute abomination in somewhere in the USA. And vice versa, the norm in the USA is a total abomination here in Kenya. Now, linking it to your question, what do we do about it? How do we disabuse the youth from this confusion, from this feeling of not knowing what to do? Because how am I going to know what is right if you haven't told me? So with this lack of communication, you find that more often than not you're confused. Because you see so-and-so is posting, getting an iPhone, and your parents are like, no phones until you finish high school. And then someone else is saying so-and-so should not wear, should wear very long skirts, and then you go to social media and you're like, but this one isn't. You shouldn't speak this language to your parents, but you go to social media and then you see kids speaking to their parents as if they're age mates, and you're like, okay, so now what do I do? Who should I listen to? Who is boss? Who is right? So I feel like what we should do is encourage speaking. Through the introduction, it's a call out for us to voice ourselves. The two different societies, so without understanding each other, that is how we grow to resent each other. And as a society, it will be very wrong for us to resent each other because then we will not work. We're more like, I compare ourselves to a car. Without any function, without any particular part, the car will not move. So now we're in a situation where we are only two parts. So you can imagine if one part shuts down, then the other is completely useless. But then, how do you know who is who? How do I stop myself from thinking of my mom as the villain? How do I stop myself from thinking, that doesn't let me express myself? And how do I stop, and how does that mom and dad stop themselves from thinking, this child is becoming arrogant? So that is the essence of communication. And not just communication, but proper communication. Bringing ourselves to each other's level. So when I first started, I said that the book puts you in the shoe of the other. So I feel like once you try to put yourself in the shoes of the different member or the opposing party, if you will, and that's when you understand the point of view that they are coming from. And through this understanding, then you're able to form to create compromise and to understand each other and so on.
Wow, I wish we had all time here to discuss actually the accusations against technology and globalization, but we don't have that. Now, Emmanuel has done his work. Final remarks that for all of us, watch in a single sentence that will cost you 20 seconds. Should we do now that Emmanuel has done his work? Yes, sir.
Emmanuel has done his work, and we need to also speak more and perpetuate what it is that is shared. He has mentioned one very beautiful thing, that silence speaks loud. And we can see a lot of that in therapy. So we don't need silence to speak. We need actually people to give names to what it is that they feel and they're experiencing, so that we can hear it. And when we hear it, we are able to reach out and support. Thank you. And congratulations.
I think we should drop the emotional facades we built around us and try to be more emotionally honest with each other in society. Yeah, thank you.
Talk more, listen more.
For me, we should. For me, I feel we should learn to talk more and not keep our feelings, our emotions, and our problems to ourselves. And even if we don't trust our parents, with mentors, there are so many people who are there for us. So let's learn to talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is all for us this evening. We had a limited time, and I think within those minutes we've tried to pick through the issues that Emmanuel represented in his book. First, again, I want to thank you for being patient with us and listening keenly. My panelists, thank you so much. I know that the discussion is going to continue off the stage. Asante sana.
Thank you. Asante sana, Mwalimu Kauma, and your panel for such an elaborate brushing of the book. I wish we had a little more time, and definitely you'll agree with me. It's not common. It's not. You will read through many books of poetry, but not many delve into the issue of mental health. That's a water that is not very much chatted. So congratulations, Emmanuel. And for those that have not had a copy, you need to be flipping through it as we go through the program. The details are crossing through the screen there for both the Marete wife and Emmanuel's Dawn to Dust. Once more, to a big coffee. So for those who have joined us after we began, karibuni sana, thank you so much. We don't take it for granted that this afternoon you've chosen to dedicate it to this very, very special occasion for Kananu and Marete. Up next, we are going to have a panel that is going to help us with understanding this other literary work by Jerusha Kananu, Marry Me a Wife. What a title! Marry Me a Wife. Yes, Kananu is a Christian. At least I can attest that. Yes, Marry Me a Wife. I read that book and it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. A very rich book. And I'm sure when you read through the whole anthology, you will feel like you are reading things from your village. Yes, right from your village. Things that are happening before your eyes. Just like when I read through Emmanuel's book, I concur with Vincent. It's really it's a bit difficult convincing anyone that it's coming from a 14-year-old. Thanks to CBC, we are able to understand our niche for Italy. Keep up, Emmanuel. I don't want to take the place of the panelists, but before I invite the panelists, I'd like to invite Marianne. Marianne? Where is Marianne? Yes, she's going to, are you going to read or recite? Recite. She wants to recite a poem. Or read. Read as a, whichever, whether you are reading or reciting. Yes, and as she comes, some housekeeping. Our restrooms or rooms of convenience are next to the lift lobby. As you exit, pass to the lift. To your left are the gents, and to your right are the ladies. Okay? Yeah, so Marianne, karibu sana, tupigie makofi.
As you heard, I'm Nuria, and I'm going to recite 2 poems. The first one will be Roasted Skin. Daughter of my mother, what happened to you? Who burnt your face and left tips of your ears intact? Here, move into the shade. You are too pale for the sun. Shh, whisper. What happened? What did they do to you in the city? Your toes, oh dear, are like your ears. Eh, my sister, wait, were you trying to turn into a mzungu? Is that why you roasted yourself? Mware, is your face related to your feet? When you left home, you were the pretty panda. You moved with grace, and now you fidget and hide your ankles and finger joints, the only dark parts of your body. See, even your armpits refuse to be roasted. Daughter of my mother, patches only look good on a leopard. Where will you take these plots on your body? Our skin cannot be roasted. And the second one will be a borrowed tongue. Karambo despises her tongue. Kemero is obsolete. A foreign tongue should replace it. Get something new for the young. When she speaks, she baptizes the words anew. I need it more the bus to the city to speak in Kemero. She won't allow her brood to speak Kemero. It is shameful to speak it. Oh, without fools, there will be no wisdom. A bird that flies from the ground onto a shaky anthill does not know that it's still on the ground. Thank you.
Good round of applause for Marianne. I love how Kananu is able to just make you see things so clearly. Can you see those people in your village? Yes, the roasted one. The one that says they won't teach their children the mother tongue. Oh, they will have funny accents. Oh, they will have this. No, okay, it's not nonsense, but it doesn't make sense. You see, I became a liberal at some point because after doing all the studying and then teaching French, I taught French for for 16 years, and I felt very embarrassed about myself. I resigned and I went to speak my Kemeru. Now I speak Kemeru from morning to evening. Yes, because I know I might have all the wings, but if I have no roots, I am as good as useless. Yes, thank you. Makofi kwa Maria na hiyo kwenu. At which juncture I'd like to invite us to sit pretty and relax as we host the next set of panelists. And the moderator for this panel shall be Dr. Emmanuel Shikuku. Dr. Emmanuel Shikuku, kindly take to the stage and with your panel. Dr. Caroline Kimali, Dr. Judy Jeffwa, Adipo Sidan, Tony Njagi, Dr. Okumba Miruka, and Father Thomas Otieno. And as they come, then you can give us a brief interlude. Karibuni. Thank you very much, Ben, for that interview. And of course, the author, Kananu does not want to sit on the yellow chair because she's already yellow. Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you so much. Thank you. And so, to wakaribishe with a big round of applause. Daktari, karibu sana with your panel on this very, very interesting book, Marry Me, a Co-Wife. Merci beaucoup. De rien.
Voilà. I thought I should start by speaking a little French because he was ahead of me by 3 years at the university, but all of us underwent the lectures by a gentleman called Kilosho Kabale, Doctor. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this panel in which we will discuss or engage each other on the text Marry Me, a Co-Wife and other poems. As it has been said, and I would like to concur, very provocative title. Already, you know, when you want to know how a book is, first of course, we are always told, read the title. And the title is actually leading us. With a lot of humility, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize Professor Bukenya, a mentor to many of us, a teacher, and a person we hold in very, very high regard. Professor, I'm very happy to see you here. The last time we met, we were at a conference with you in Makerere, and you treated us well. Thank you so much, Prof. To the rest of the in the auditorium, I may not know each and every one of you, but I would like to appreciate your presence and invite you to think through with us this text, Marry Me, a Co-Wife, and other poems. We will lay a little emphasis on that poem, Marry Me, a Co-Wife, and other poems. Of course, quite a number of us in the room would really like to be asked that question, Marry Me, a Co-Wife. But we'll get to that. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to introduce, rather to give a chance to the panel to introduce themselves. Thank you. We'll start with the Okay, we have Tony, you have yours. We'll start on my far right, which will be your far left.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, Professor, thank you for coming to this forum as a chief guest. We appreciate you. MD, we also value you and other members of this good activity that we are engaging on. My name is Tony Jackie, live from Baraza Media Lab.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Judy Jenba, Dr. Judy Jenba. I'm a lecturer at the United States International University. Jerusha was my student at the new campus, and we worked together a long journey of life, both in academia and in just general life. And I'm happy to be on this panel. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kananu. We share the same department with Dr. Jeff at USIU. Jerusha is my little sister. We share a lot, and I'm glad to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Father Thomas Ntiro. I'm currently under formation of young men who want to become priests. And I knew Jerusha when I worked in a parish where she goes to church in Kitengela. I'm a lover of literature and currently pursuing a master's in education management at Strasbourg University. Thanks.
Yes, you will introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to see you, all of you. I'm Jerusha Kananu, the author, Emmanuel Marete and other poems. And Echoes of Beautiful Souls and the first edition of Emmanuel Marete and other poems.
Thank you so much. We would like, I'm Emmanuel Marete. I'm a lecturer at Kenyatta University. I teach film and performing arts. But in another space at KCA, I teach literature. I trained as a literature teacher as well as a French teacher. We were in the same place. But I opted to go literature more than the French side because JSU everywhere. We are talking about a text that was published first in 2021. It has caused a lot of ripples. A number of us have read it, have used it as our core text in poetry teaching. And it has, in a way, opened up the space of literature to many students who imagine poetry as being very difficult. And perhaps since we have scholars and literary enthusiasts in the room, they might want to help us decipher this idea. Does this text help us? Does it make those who did not love poetry love it when they read it? Perhaps this question will go to one of the scholars.
Okay. I'm just thinking of Marianne having recited the poem. I'm 2 poems here, and everybody in the room was excited, interested. So obviously, reading this book, and you just open it, just buy it and then open a page and just read one poem. Believe you me, you not want to put it down. So in a way, I believe that Kananu style and many other poets who write the way she does, simple,
easy to read, relatable poem will make poetry interesting to anybody, not just in academia, but anybody reading this book will enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Conrad. We want to comment that, but as you are commenting, perhaps also tie it with the I Met a Thief by Austin Bukenya. The style of writing. Perhaps you would want to tie the two together.
Let me then, if I have to talk about Prof. Bukenya, then I must also acknowledge his presence. And being, I know there are some who didn't know who Austin really is until you read his work, especially when one is a student and you are really looking at his poems or his work and you're saying, who are these people? Do they even exist? And then you meet them and they are the usual kind of person. So I begin with Jerusha's work. And Jerusha's work is one that is really catchy in quite a number of reasons. One of the reasons I would enjoy, I'm now no longer in real literature, really, I'm in linguistics. So I left literature after my undergraduate, but it's still intertwined. But it's one that deals with the contemporary issues in a very simplistic and relatable way. Any person of any age would actually relate to one of the poems that are there, whether you're young, whether you are old, whether you have decided to leave your cultural ways, whether you have decided to continue with your cultural ways. Everyone has a part in this anthology. I really think so and believe so. When I read I Met a Thief, true, it has quite a semblance with Jerusha's in a sense that it speaks to our taboos. There's so much taboo behind, sexuality and all that Jerusha brings out, and that I Met a Thief brought out. And at that time when you were reading, it was in the 90s, and so it was a lot for us because at that time nobody was really talking sexual anything. And so we would always have those giggles after the read because you are never allowed to really outrightly say it. Maybe currently we don't know, I really don't know how they would react. They would maybe say, what's the big deal about it? But for us, these were taboo issues and were really communicated in a way that was comfortable for us through euphemism. And Jerusha does the same in quite a number of things that we are unable to really talk about, but one can be voiced and the reader is also now comfortable reading, and also maybe if it were to be recited, there is also comfort in reciting. And so it is one that now brings all that interest.
Thank you. Prof mentioned about style, you mentioned about culture. I would like to tie the two of them and perhaps now ask Tony about the linguistic aspects in this text. At some point, you feel like you are reading Kimeru in English or English in Kimeru. You feel like she is bringing you, the personas are bringing you to the level of you understanding some of these Meru ideas, ideologies within the text. To what extent would you say that the writer, our dear Kananu, I heard the pronunciation is a bit different from how some of us are pronouncing it, but to what extent would you say that she is bringing in the indigenous aspect of language into English that she writes and still understandable to the general reader?
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel and my colleagues here. Look at the language that our good sister, Madame Jerusha, is using. local names. If you want to succeed in any performance, you must be proud of our local names within our locale in the village. Look at the aspects of the linguistic aspects of young men and women learning our own indigenous language in the book. So you need to indulge and make sure that you have this book, because you can see we have about 60 poems categorized into 7 thematic areas, highlighting the fresh ideas and use of linguistics and indigenous language in a contemporary language of English now is well connected within Manemi Akowai. Look at the aspects of, for example, the first thematic category, the first point that was done by Mary Ann. So how do we connect the live performance of poetry, live broadcast on stage, Prof? It's very important to make the poem more relevant and live. And people can be able now to be interested in reading the book because they can see what is on stage. Mary Ann did 2 poems and they were very powerful. In my view, Manemi Akowai, with all the 60 poems within that book, is worth to read, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Perhaps moving from that, Father, will come to you, and apart from requesting for your blessings today, we would like to know some of the poems here. The language is provocative, Father. How should we understand? Definitely, somebody reading this text will see a really inclination towards the health of the family. You know, that's one of the things that personally I saw as I was reading this text. Apart from the words, deep down, the writer through the poetic personas is really in for the family, and which is one of the great institutions that the Catholic Church lays a lot of emphasis on. But apart from that, Father, looking at this text, what is your take, both as a scholar, as a reader, and as one will give us places today?
The book is very interesting to read. And there is a disclaimer at the beginning, I think in the foreword. Somebody speaks about the language that will be used, the metaphors that are used, like tilling my land, weeding my land, weeds are growing. And I really appreciate because many a times the evils of the society continue to grow because they are not spoken about. We speak about them in harsh voices. Like this book brings a very important theme in the society, which is marriage, and the real problems of marriage are not really spoken about in everyday society or in our former setup. We never really used to talk about the real problem. Like it is said in one of the poems, when the lady could not give birth, it's the fault of the man. It's the fault of the woman. But at the end of the poem, we come to understand that it's actually the fault of the man. And if we do not speak about them, if we do not using them, if we do not bring it out with the language and the words that we say, the problem will persist. We'll keep blaming the women. And I appreciate the author, Jerusha, because she's very intelligent in the way she says it. You have to think to make an extra effort to understand what she's saying. So it's not a say profane, but it's not also hidden. it's in the middle there, and it brings out what she really intends. And I think it's a very important read and a very good read to address the social cultural issues in our society. And she addresses them very well. Like if you look at Marry Me, My Co-Wife, she starts with Marry Me, My Co-Wife, Marry Me, a Co-Wife, and then she goes ahead, follows it up with a Welcome Co-Wife, and then she goes and follows it again with Leave My Husband Alone. Okay. So it's the flow and the social cultural issues are very well brought out in the poems. So it doesn't contradict religious,
okay.
Saying religious stance. Yeah.
I think now we are safe.
No, let's rejoin. Look at this. Father-in-law lamented the loss of dowry every minute. I wasted my business of the dowry, my Mwati, in the local language, Mwati, and Umparika, all lost in that business of the dam. My belly remained flat, and my in-laws became alert. Look at the use of language. It is symbolic. Look at the belly, flat as a man. Look at the in-laws. What are they thinking when your belly remained flat?
More provocations. Thank you for the thank you. Jerusha, tell us, is this at this point simply reflections? Are they musings? Are they what brings you to write this thought-provoking, but as someone as a father say, hidden in plain sight meanings? What really provokes you to do this? Perhaps you could tell us more about the idea behind this kind of illuminating poetry.
Thank you very much. Inside me lies the villager. Inside me, beyond everything, there is that village girl that will always talk of musings, that will go back home and still look the present and see how fast we are moving from that which made us. There is a poem that Marianne read, and I know many did not get the last line, that there is this bird that sits on the hill and it salts the ground. The bird does not realize that without the ground, it cannot be standing on the hill. So, for us Africans, we've moved from our own tapestry, and we are moving very fast trying to help others. And the woman, mostly the persona in Marry Me, My Co-Wife, tries to call sense. There is someone they're asking, like, you left your home in the village and you've come here and you don't want to relate to the village. At the same time, she realizes that there are also some aspects of our culture that needs questioning. Like this village woman is also waking up like, wait, there are some of the things that we're doing, but we're not doing them right, but still takes us back home. So for me, I think the musings always go to the loss, the pain I feel for the loss of our culture, our person. We are moving very fast from who we are. It's like you moving from yourself, you're leaving your body, the soul leaving your body, because we cannot be anything else other than who we are, our society, our social norms, our culture, all those things we know them. And this woman tries in a certain way, and also to bring some aspects of our culture that we ask ourselves, like look at the poem, sigh for a son. Where will I get you a son? So I think they are musings, and they are deeply philosophical. I know, like you said, they are mundane, but there's a deeper aspect of every poem that is represented. About the co-wife that has caused our work. I don't know whether it's just like now, it's talking about our culture. Marriages are breaking because someone saw a photo from Jocelyn, because there is a message from so and so, and then this woman tells him, instead of having all these photos, sending news, bring her home, let us manage you together. So by saying that, it's provocative, and that will be a call back, I think, to think, do I really want to bring them to manage me, or should I stop this and all that? I mean, it's just a whole lot of things.
Thank you. My dear Lesters, all Lesters, I saw the text from Jocelyn, the photos from Kathleen, and even more on wish to Jocelyn. This has set the tone. Now, hear me, for soon I'll be done. From my heart that is heart, I say, marry me a co-wife. As we go on, let us reflect on that. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give every panelist 1.5 minutes, just to give us their reflections, maybe tell us any good poem that they feel has touched them, reflect on any area in terms of the poetry as a reflection of the society. But also, perhaps one of you could talk about what perspectives shall we read these poems from? Should we be feminists? Should we be masculinists now that it's a Saturday? Should we read them from auto theories? How should we look at these poems? Or from culturalist perspectives, you know? I would also like us to look at how much these poems align with the tradition of poetry writing in East Africa. I'm reading this, just imagine from what Jerusha has said, the deeper meanings in these texts reflect like what Okot Wibitek writes in some of Lawino, some of the Prisoners, some of Okot, some of Malaya, and the others. I'd really like us to reflect on that as well. In no particular order, I would also like us to really think through what our earlier moderator talked about, the idea of roots and wings, how this text takes us back to our roots, and she has even added the idea of the ground and the hill. He or she who is standing on the hill, not knowing that the hill is what it is, it's raised because of the ground. I would like that to happen in no particular order among the panelists. Thank you. Or perhaps since I am the moderator, I'll choose Prof first and then don't second. Is that working?
Okay, thank you. I just want to talk about my general feeling of the poems. Mostly from a woman's perspective, and they sound very conservative. You know, the persona sounds very conservative. Yet, in that process, the personas from the different poems are able to really reach out into various perspectives of the modern world vis-a-vis the traditional one. And in a way, the persona mostly rebukes young people, rebukes the husband. She kind of stands out as a person who feels that she knows what should be done. She's got a positive perception of who she is. She's not a weak woman. She's not a woman who doesn't know what she wants. So she sounds like a very, very strong character. Somebody listening to her, if you were in a real life person, say she really thinks she has the hang of it. She knows everything. So she delves into different perspectives of life. And for me, these poems can be read from any kind of, theoretical framework, feminism, sociological, whatever way you want to read them, you read them. There are certain poems that stand out for me. Marry Me a Co-Wife doesn't really stand out as much, because I tell myself I wouldn't ask my mom to marry me a co-wife. I'm not going to share. So I'm like, this one is a crazy woman. So, okay, but there's some that stand out for me, probably because they speak to me. For example, I might not know all the titles, but there's one where she's condemning Kamene for disrespecting the uncle. The uncle who, paid fees for her, took care of her. Yeah, but now the uncle is very old, and Kamene makes fun of him. He's built up a mansion, but he can only stay in the ground floor and cannot go up. So the servants stay up and he stays down. And she makes fun of him. She doesn't even remember that this man paid her fees while her father was a drunkard. I'm speaking to us about life and the way people take care of other people's children, and then those children don't come back to say thank you. Instead, they look down upon them. It talks to me about old age. People, don't understand, or sometimes young people don't understand what age can do to somebody, to these people who have, when you're aging, sometimes you can't climb up the stairs. And then young people now make fun of you because you can't climb up the stairs. And they will make fun of you like, oh, you thought you had arrived. They don't even think to say thank you for what you did for them. So that ungrateful attitude is captured in that poem. There's another poem where she's talking to her husband, beseeching her husband not to be corrupt. And what hit me, and I just wondered whether this really happens, she tells the husband that his ways are causing trouble in his family. Her son has become, I think, a drug addict, and his daughter has become, I think she takes nude pictures. And I asked myself, do these things really happen? Like, if in our world, if we worried so much about how what we do as parents can affect our children, would we be this corrupt nation, or this, the way we, this man, I think, is a politician, or is a place where he gets public money. Would we worry, or do they ever worry when they steal and plunder? Do they ever think of how it's going to affect their children? That's something I really wonder. Does it really happen? Do children get affected because of our ways? I don't know. If it did, then probably we'll stop, plundering our nation. Or does it really not? Do children not matter? Then there were two poems that also struck me. I just talked about my two. These are the last 2 poems. These 2 poems, just like one is at one side of the coin and another on the other side of the coin, where one is a girl who moves around the village, wherever she lives, and she has all kinds of men. One will buy her lipstick, another will buy her this, another will buy her the other, and also that she can have, and she has relations so that these people give her something. These men give her something. And I just thought about our young people who are so, as Carol said, in our days when we were growing up, that is something that would be, scorned. People look down upon you. But these days you hear a young girl says, Nikona Mbaba, Nikona Mtuwa. And it's not one, it is many. So they are in different relationships because this one to pay rent, this one to buy clothes, this one to take them to Dubai, this one to do the other thing and the other. And they are in all these relationships and they don't think about the consequences. Then on the flip side, there's the man, the young man, who again has all kinds of relationships again. There's one who takes her he gets money, salary, and takes these women in different places, even sold ancestral land, so that we have money to take women in different places. So there's one, he comes with her from Mombasa, and by the time they get to Syokimau, is where they dumped him. And now he picks another one. And it's like we don't learn from our mistakes. So I just felt that the stories are so diverse and they carry a lot of information about ourselves and about our society, and that we need to reflect on who we have become. These conservative personas that are opening up our eyes to the things that are that are happening around us, are able to show us about us, about our people around us, our children, our husbands, and everybody else. And so we ask ourselves, is this where we are going? Where are we going as a nation? Thank you.
Thank you. Issues of social momentum.
Okay, much has been said. I think for me, I would also not look at it on a feminist part, but more culturalist. Because when I read all these poems, they intend to safeguard our culture. And I would want to say Kimeru culture, because that is what I really understand. I don't want to say African. Let me say it's more of the culture that is being safeguarded. But a lot has been brought out through the same. I have quite a number that struck me, but there is this one. I'm from the Meru community. There is this one called Ambroad. Ambroad, I think it's Ambroad or Ambroad. Whereas, and we've seen this, somebody goes to the US for 2 days, 2 weeks, 3 months, and when they come back, they cannot speak Kimeru at all. They suddenly do not understand it. They have all these articulation that is so English, not Kimeru. The T's stop being T and they become T. And and that's just 2 weeks of going away. And that actually speaks to most of us. And that is where we begin abandoning what is ours. That's where we start seeing what culture is superior and what is not. And I think I had said it somewhere, and I'd say the moment we have a problem with us speaking our language, then we have a problem with our culture. The moment you find yourself not being able to even speak a word to your own child, or suddenly finding your language is very difficult. Some even wonder, how are you able to teach your child Kimeru? It's so hard. English is easier. That's when we start losing it. Because that time we are communicating that this language is superior, and this culture is superior, and ours are inferior. And that is the time we start running away. That is the time we have, what is the name of this one who had bleached herself? There is a poem where we have a girl, I think, daughter of my mother, roasted skin. Because black is not nice. White is nicer because their language is better. And we ask ourselves, then what culture are we going to tell our kids to follow? They speak this language, then which one are they going to follow? What is it you're telling them they have abandoned, yet they don't know? If you're telling them that they don't look nice black, but you already showed through language that black is bad, it's just as simple as that. And white through language is good. And so that is where they stay. Apart from that, I enjoyed reading my plate where the persona is bringing out, and this one I liked it also because it was not the woman speaking, it was the man now lamenting about social media and about how somebody is glued to social media and the likes and the replying in the night, in the morning, and the man is saying, what is this that you gave me? Yeah, and he is lamenting about it. And at that point, I look at us maybe sometimes even in our homes, as the older parent, as the older generation is complaining, this social media is not good, it has spoiled our children, but we are the ones actually with the phones. We are the ones who are glued, and they learn. They learn, I think the phone is better, and I see it in almost every home. I see people who, even in the church, they cannot stay without checking. It's as if they are the ones who are holding to the world, like they have views of how the world will move without checking it. And these are 50-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 60-year-olds, that even a sermon would not end without them checking the phone. Yeah, because they have their own suppliers of oxygen, yes, at that point. And these are the small things we do, and we blame the younger generation that they are lost. They cannot be lost if we did not lose it. That's one thing I totally believe. They can never get lost if there wasn't that element that we were also losing it. Look at this other poem, Wrong Christ. Sorry, Father. Wrong Christ. How we view Christianity in the face of not my family looking perfect. You go to church, you sit together, no, they must look perfect, perfect dressing according to you, perfect everything. When a girl falls pregnant, like this particular poem, she has to procure an abortion because it doesn't look good to me in the society. It doesn't look Christian enough. And eventually what happens? The same generation that we keep complaining about runs away from us because we want to follow a Christ that is not the right one according to this poem and actually according to, yeah, and this particular book, I would really wish that anyone took some time to read. It has a story for everyone, according to me. And finally, maybe my last, this one we were discussing with Father, he is my friend. The gatekeeper. And that one was hilarious. It was hilarious, but addressed a very serious issue. As we are talking about marry me a co-wife, and the man, guided by our doctor Shikuku, says, I think that's a conversation we all want to hear. Comes another problem. Are the men available for these many women they want to have? Because this particular poem addresses, it is at the end that you realize the gatekeeper is the father of this son of this home. Yeah? At the end. And it brings out the issue of a present man. I want to put it as man in a home. We are all running financial issues, so many things, that we forget our exact duties as a man that breaks the whole family fabric. And I can go on and on and on, but let me say this is one of those poetry books I will read on again and again and so many times.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If you've just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, welcome so much. We are discussing Marry Me a Co-Wife and other poems. Text of an anthology of poetry that was written and published first in 2021, and we are doing the second edition, 2025. Allow me with humility, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome one of our other panelists who had not yet arrived due to one reason or the other. so that he can join the panel. Mr. Adipo, karibu sana to the panel. Tony, we see your presence and we welcome you also to the auditorium. We will give you Adipo time to speak, but for now, let your neighbor Tony say something. 1.5 minutes, please, Tony, and Adipo, in the interest of time.
Quick one, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, sorry, not Tony Mochama, but Tony.
Let me just apologize for something. Please, because she's here and she'll kill me. We've just come from, yes, my father, yeah, and this beloved boy. We'll write you a review. We've just come from Langata Women's Prison. We were doing something of like with your friend Lady Lydia. And you know that when they lock you up, they've locked you up. You can't leave earlier or anything. So I'm very, very sorry, but I will make it up to you, my son. Yeah. You can remind me of when I was young. I have pictures where I went to the king. Yeah. So kindly just accept my apologies. We just Father Austin knows about those programs. At Langata Women's Prison, we are giving our action. So please.
Thank you, Tony. Mochama and
Tony Mochama.
Go ahead.
Moderator, because of the fact, look at the point. Village chief or a village thief. Very interesting point, Professor. I met a thief. In this point, in village thief or chief, is governance. Governance. In the rural areas, you have witnessed some very powerful chiefs who can even demand animals, cash money, even your own. So this point is very powerful. The persona addresses the issues of corrupt village chief. Are you a village thief or a chief? Widows, orphans are at the dilemma, the hands of a very corrupt chief in the village. They don't even respect God. In the poem by our good friend, award-winning Jerusha Kananu. Let's appreciate Jerusha first. For that poem, symbolically representing what is happening at the village level. They don't even respect God. Honorable Moderator, over to you.
Thank you.
Dr. Emmanuel.
Yeah, one of the things that is really coming out so strongly is the idea of being rooted. For you to make commentary on anything, like the persona is actually asking us to be rooted, to be grounded. Thank you so much. Father, we'll come to you, and then Igbo, perhaps we will summarize with you. Perhaps we'll give you 3 minutes, but for you, Father, we'll give you 1.5. Thank you.
This book, Nuria Bookstore and other poems, I find it very interesting and approach it from a philosophical point of view of duty ethics. Duty ethics, what the do's, what is right and what is wrong. It addresses the societal challenges of society to do what is right. You should do what is right. Do what is right by you and by the other person. What duty ethics will remind us. So I find it a good book for one leisure reading. If you like reading, it's a very, very good book. I always give myself, I'll just read it for 30 minutes. And I remember one day I was sitting outside, I was reading the 30 minutes, and before I knew it was getting dark. It's darkness that sent me back into the house. I had read for almost an hour and a half. it glues you in leisure reading, and I think it's also very good for education, educational reading, you know. So it's very good because it has a lot of the doctors will back me up on that, the metaphors, the hidden meanings and all that. I had some challenges before I go to my favorite poems. I had some challenges, and one of the challenges I was telling Dr. Carol, if you are reading it as not a Bantu, I found it always challenging the names, reading the names, and the Meru language. You know? I found myself trying to pronounce the names or trying to, and I tried to go to the glossary at the back. She gave a very good glossary, but I found it disturbing, so I stopped going back there. And I said, I'll do it at the end of it all. So the language was a little bit a challenge for me. And then I thought, many have said you're not a speaker from a feminist point of view, but I felt we have been stabbed as men a little bit. Men have been challenged a lot in this book, and I thought I should write a response to Marry Me a Co-Wife and say I won't take a co-wife. You know, or somebody should think of writing a response to Marry Me a Co-Wife. I think it will be a very interesting answer to that poem. Now I go to my favorite ones. Some have been mentioned already, but my favorite one was, and I called back to her, Their Own Funeral. And I think I related with it because it took me to my own niche, where they went for Kinero's funeral, and the culture that she was describing, the hired mourners, and the way they throw themselves to the ground. I related a little bit, and at the end of it all, it gave me a very good laughter because they were in their own funeral. They had gone to a funeral, they had done all the morning, only to discover that they were in the wrong funeral. Sometimes we find ourselves in the wrong funerals, even in our workplaces and all that we engage ourselves in. And I also found very interesting, short but very interesting, Respect the Gate Man, what Dr. Carol also said here. When you start reading it, you wonder, where is this going? Then I did notice that the father was written in italics until I read the last line. Says, the gate man is your real father. And this boy had been disrespecting this gate man and everything. And the mother kept telling him, respect the gate man, respect the gate man. And at the end of it all, she could not hold herself together and say, the gate man is your real father. You know, and I also related with one other interesting one, what Dr. Carol also apologized for, wrong Christ, the hypocrisy that is hidden in religion. People try to live a very upright life, but behind the curtains there is so much atrocities that are going on, even with the family, like this mother forcing the daughter to have an abortion because she wants to keep her image in the church. She's the church leader and all that. They have donated pews in the church. So much hypocrisy. Just one last one. I read the one that Tony spoke about. Village thief and village or village chief. And it's what I will say is a bit controversial. Let me say it. It drew me into the political world. The politicians that we have, are they village chiefs or village thieves? I leave it like that.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can get a copy of the anthology, Marry Me a Co-Wife and Other Poems, so that when they are quoting a poem, you don't look blank. You can go back to it and read it. I think somebody is behind at the entrance who can help you on how to get one. Just talk to them. Adipo, welcome. Pole kwa safari.
Thank you. No, I was just I wasn't around.
Yeah.
I was in Nairobi, but I wasn't able to join Tony at Langata Women's because I had an emergency. And my apologies. I like keeping time. first, Jerusha, my congratulations to you and the young man. It's unfortunate that I cannot be there. I didn't get to experience that conversation that you had here. I don't think I need to introduce myself, but I'm also a poet, and I want to believe that that is why Jerusha reached out to me earlier in the week to come here. And maybe she doesn't know, but I think I have the copy of the first publication of Marine Co-Wife. So I was trying to read this and was referencing the previous one, and I can see that a lot has improved and a lot has changed. So my congratulations to you. So first, I think this book is, it demonstrates the eclecticism, or she's quite eclectic in the sense that the poems struggle across many things. But the most obvious one is the question of culture. And I think whether you read A Borrowed Town, which gives you the vibes of Ngugi wa Thiong'o's position on African, the use of African languages. Tony and I, we hold a slightly different view, at least insofar as writing in our mother tongue is concerned. But I do believe that our children should be taught to speak, learn and speak their language over and above the foreign languages. And I think Ngugi rightly says that when you speak, when you only speak foreign languages and you don't speak your language, that is enslavement. But when you speak your language and you can also speak other foreign languages, then that is empowerment. And I think there's no better way of summarizing that poem on Borrowed Town. And then, of course, I read Marine Co-Wife before. And I just want to say, generally, this for me, rightly, sounds like a collection of cultural pronunciations and pronouncements on a variety of issues. And if you look at it, Marine Co-Wife is the question of polygamy. And I think it brings, to some extent, especially if you come from a polygamous background, it elicits the existing tensions that such conversations can sometimes bring, especially if a woman says that this, I think I've had enough, just bring one of them home, hopefully this thing can stop. So there's that sense of bringing out cultural tensions, and especially in light of modernity. And when you talk about modernity, what is modernity? Because today we are told that humanity is becoming more and more sophisticated through technology. We are living in the age of Gen Zs and the short form video formats, TikTok of this world, etc. But we are seeing an increasing diminution of values. And it's sort of, for me, it's sort of ironical. And especially in a country that claims to be 99% religious. And by religious, we are talking about the two Western religions, Christianity and Islam, and a bit of Hinduism, which is exclusively practiced by our Indian brothers. So the question is, if we can't get morality from religions, the foreign religions, perhaps we could get it from poetry. Right? Perhaps we could get it from poetry. And over and above that, we could even revert, I worship the God of my ancestors, for those who didn't know. We could actually just go back to worshiping the God of our ancestors. Because you become more selfless in how you relate with humanity. There is no hope for a reward if you behave in a particular way in your afterlife. So there's no afterlife reward if you treat other people's well. You do it as a human being. And I think ancestor God worship is sort of a humanist approach to spirituality and all that. But then, just give me 2 minutes, please, because I came late and I want to refer to that. Is that okay? 1.5. 1.5. That's close. Thank you. So, I think now talking about the technical things that we look at in poetry. I think one of the things that stand out for me is the use of metaphors, and you can read the poetry. The simplicity is outstandingly awesome. Anyone can read these poems, and I think this is a great thing because we've slowly moved away from literature was studied in schools only. Now we're seeing more people reading literature after high school. We've seen the role that literature had in the recent Gen Z protests. We are seeing a young man here who's published his collection of poems, and I'm honestly impressed because when I was 14, that's when I started writing poetry. I think I was in Form 1 or something like that. But he's 14 and he's already published a collection of poems. So things are moving in a certain desirable direction. And the magical simplicity that I was talking about, you would feel the lyricism is akin to those who read poems from East Africa, edited by David Cook and David Ubadili. You remember Song of Nawino. That was my first time I encountered a hot public tech. And you can feel that lyricism, it's akin to that. And the cultural fluency with which she brings out these issues is amazing. Whether it's grandpa's wisdom, whether it's marry me a co-wife, whether it's the ancestors have refused, etc. So I think we as poets, there's a reason why we call ourselves poets, and you don't call yourself a poet if you're not a poet, because poetry is poetry. And again, we appreciate the fact that we live in an age where every young man or young woman on the streets calls themselves an artist. So, Jerusha, I think this is a major stride. You have brought out the issues that it's a second edition. You have done it better than you did it the first time. And I think you are positioning yourself as a social and cultural critic in some way. And honestly, the fact that she's able to, as poets ideally should, create imaginations, give us alternative or possible worlds, possible but progressive worlds, that for me is an achievement in itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abibo. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Professor Jerusha. Thank you, Dr. Cornelia. Thank you, Father Otieno, for those elucidations and reflections that you have offered. I'm sure our audience will leave here better than they came, understanding more about cultural pronouncements, cultural fluency, duty ethics, a concentrated and conservative way of telling the stories. I was taking notes so that the perspectives with which we should read this text, the idea of being rooted before we make pronouncements, and the idea of being grounded. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring this session to a close, and perhaps the best way for us to do this is just to applaud Jerusha Kananu, perhaps give her standing ovation together with Emmanuel Marete as we applaud them for this good work. MC sub-guided.
That was panel well moderated. Actually, still have congratulations, Odibo, Lusana. Thank you for that. Another big round of applause for them, please. For giving a much. If you don't have a copy of Marry Me a Co-Wife, please do that. Jerusha, as I read through these poems, I have a feeling that you are thinking in Kimero and writing in English. Yes. Actually, if you really want to learn a bit of our culture, it's wrapped neatly in most of those poems. Very nicely wrapped. Very neatly wrapped in many of her works. And if they were to be translated into Kimero, they would just fantastic. We will work on that. Yes, we will work on that. I would, yes, Ben in the meantime, if Ben is around for some interview. I would describe these poems as like a swimming pool. A swimming pool. A swimming pool with a shallow end, and that also has a deep end. A shallow end and a deep end, where all of us can really have a nice swim and enjoy. For those, because she has made sure the language is very simple and very enthralling and enticing. So as you are reading, you are really enjoying. If you want to have it shallow, you are at home. But in the shallowness, or rather in the same pool, there is a deep end. If you want to really understand the stylistic devices of poetry, and how deeper meaning can be wrapped in very simple language, you will be at home with Marry Me a Co-Wife. So for entertainment, for academia, we are all covered in Marry Me a Co-Wife. So thank you very much, Jerusha Kananu. And as I say, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And big challenge in the literary world. So we will be moving now to unveiling these two books and launching. But before that, a small interlude, small musical interlude, as we set things up. We don't intend to keep you much further, but as we said, when you're in the presence of such an audience and with such guests, we just don't want to hurry things up. So we continue saying thank you very much, asanteni kwamba muda madhuhuri ya leo umeitoa kwa wawili ili tuje tushuhudie sherehe hii ya siku ya leo. It's a celebration of its kind. It's a celebration of its kind. Even as we lament that Kenyans don't read, we lament even more that very few of us read poetry. And through such books like we're launching today, we hope we'll have more disciples and more people appreciating poetry. More young people walking the path of poetry. If you go to the music festivals that are underway as we speak, we find our young ones in primary school, in junior, secondary, high school, with pieces. But how many of them have been given an opportunity to script or write their own poems? How many? Very few. Not because they can't, poetry is a very difficult area for them. But Emmanuel is changing the narrative today. So Ben, an interview, and then we go to the unveiling and launching of the books.
I don't have a second offer.
Yeah, we will save the best for last. I'm sorry I have to do this, I'm sorry I have to do this, but I'll give us time to enjoy more of that authentic African music with the maestro himself. A small round of applause before we get back to him. Tupigie makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you very much. May I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? I beg for your attention. May I have your attention, please? That was a good breather. That was a good break. Yes, catching up and meeting and greeting. Shall we proceed with our program now? But before we do that, I'd like to recognize in a very special way a friend and a leader who has joined us. The authors kindly arise. Our chief guest kindly arise. Our keynote speaker kindly arise. The publisher, Dr. Mutunga as well, kindly join us. Uncle Mainge, please. And other authors in the house. The authors in the house, join these other authors. So if you are an author, yes. So the chief guest flanked by Dr. Mutunga, kindly move closer. Yes. Where are the scissors? Daktari makes some step forward because of this plate. maneno kinatokea hapo. Kuna ingine maneno hapo nyuma yako Jerusha. Hapo nyuma yako iko maneno. Yes. So this is for cutting the ribbon. Haya. Asante. So we'll have Maingi hand over the scissors to the chief guest. And so as you cut the ribbon, the rest of us need to shangilia. Immediately the ribbon is cut, so that now we'll unveil the two publications, the two books. Yes, we are waiting for you, chief guest. Ndio huyo anakata. Wow, makofi! And then, yes, now open. Open. On the other side, open. There you go. The two books are now officially, or rather, we should have the chief guest make that pronouncement.
Now we now officially launch the two publications from Mystery Publishers, Marry Me a Co-Wife by Jerusha Kananu, and From Dawn to Dusk by Emmanuel Marete. Do not miss the opportunity to read these great new publications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause as we take our seats, please. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask us to take our seats. Thank you. Thank you. Now, at this point, before I invite us to settle down for the speeches, we want to have us do pre-orders for the book, or rather for the books. After listening through, I am sure we are all really looking forward to grabbing ourselves a copy or a few copies that you would also want to share with family and friends, and spread the gospel, so to speak. So I want us to open a small window of pre-ordering these books. It takes a lot of time penning down 60 poems. It takes a lot of time, a lot of creativity. I am sure if she was to tell you, the 60 poems are from probably 300 or so drafts. You write this one, you say, no, this one is not good enough. You write another one, no, this is not good enough. Before you settle down for one that you feel is good and right for publication. The back and forth with the publisher, and then of course finally going to press. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of finances for it to be like the piece of work that you can see. So by ordering, by buying a copy, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're here to make a pronouncement about your love for art. where's Regine? Regine. So as Regine comes, it's a time to make the pre-orders. It's a time to buy copies for ourselves and spread the good news of poetry. You see, the sweetness of poetry, is that it compresses a very long story in very few words. Very, very, very. If you read one poem and you're told to write a story about it, you write volumes. But poetry now compresses that into something that you can read, enjoy, and carry home, both in terms of entertainment, information, news, and all that. So, Regine. So, in terms of pre-orders, you can see the number that is flowing there on the screen. And we're saying, don't be mean. Be like the disciples. After they went and they were preached to and they knew about the resurrection of Christ, they did not sit back and just enjoy the news unto themselves. They spread the news around the world. That is why Christianity came all the way to Africa. So don't just buy a copy for yourself and just be enjoying the good work by Kananu and Emmanuel. Make sure you carry a copy or 2 or 3 for friends that you cherish and you love. Pre-orders have already begun. Who is this? You told me ordered a few copies from, is it Norway? Yes? Sam Matthew has already ordered how many copies? 10,000. Copies worth 10,000 shillings. Thank you very much. Makofi kwa Sam. Where did you say he is? He is in Nicaragua or is it Antigua? Oh, Netherlands. Great. 10,000 shillings from Netherlands is already here to support this cause. Wow.
Thank you so much. Dear friends of Jerusha and Emmanuel, at this session we want, as you can see and as the MC has indicated, that normally publishing is an expensive affair, and given the panels that have been here, we would want that message to just remain here. That's why we have this short session to try. You can buy a few copies if you want to sponsor, say for your school, a school that is near you, for some students to have some few copies of this book. You can buy some copies for a community library or to donate to some friends. So please, if someone would like to buy a few copies, we have had already someone has bought some copies, about 10,000. I want to second that. Me and my family, we also buy copies worth 10,000. We want to back us, someone to back us with a few copies. Mzee Mengi here. Ajiseme mwenyewe. 6 copies from Mzee here. Each, 6 copies of each.
I expect a better round of applause from us, please. Thank you.
Someone else, please, a few copies. Did I get a copy somewhere? Yes.
I pre-ordered copies worth 20,000. Can you confirm? Others? Don't you know your orders? You confirm, eh? An additional 10,000.
copies, please, so that we close this session.
You see, the problem with writing is that those who are...
I'm told that there are some students who wanted to, students of Jerusha, who wanted to also do some pre-orders. Where are they? Are they here?
Students?
The students of Jerusha? I'm told they are calculating the money out here so that they come well loaded. Anyone else, please, so that we don't lock anyone out? Yes, I've seen some copies somewhere.
Hiyo ni alama ya mshangao.
Hiyo ni alama ya mshangao. A friend of this family, a friend of these good people here, and as he happens to have so many kids, known as the constituents of Tigani West. So he has 51 schools, 51 secondary schools, and he has bought a copy for each of those schools. At least, even if your work is not read anywhere else, you can be assured that it will be read in 51 schools. And you know, I know the first book I read was in a school library many years ago, so that's really impactful to have that. This process will continue open. Please, if you would want to support with a few copies to a community library, to your local church, and also to your local primary school, feel free to continue supporting that. And if you don't have a school to take to, just give me the books and find a school to give.
Thank you very much, Wana Negine. I'm also a member of board in these schools. Today, out of what I was to make by being the master of ceremony, I want to dedicate all of it back into buying books that I will take to the schools where I am a member of board. Yes.
Thank you so much, MC, for being that generous. Asante sana. Great. And thank you everyone. Asante sana.
Thank you. So we continue doing the pre-orders, and if you are not prepared yourself, you are not carried enough cash, don't feel shy about it. Just make sure you have the payment mode, so that at an opportune moment you make your payment. Then we will make arrangements on how the copies that you need will get to you. So for those that have made the orders at the reception, make sure you go with your M-Pesa message and give the details of the number of copies you require for each. Okay? Yes, before you leave. Thank you very much. Now we go to the speeches, and we will ask in a very special way to Fadali, in the interest of time. In the interest of time, and so that we can spare sufficient time for our chief guest. straight so that we have sufficient time for our chief guest and also for our keynote address by Commissioner Laibuta. Our sponsors, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Mystery Publishers, we love you so much because you have dedicated yourselves to walk the journey of uplifting upcoming authors. Nuria Bookstore. We also have those who sponsor. Those who sponsored this arena for the launching, we'd like to appreciate and recognize you. Kenya National Farmers Federation, KNF, ule mmoja unaona hapa is courtesy of their contribution. And if we have the representative from KNF here, please kindly come forward so that you can say a word. Alongside Dr. Budi Karau, I don't know whether he's arrived. Let Mutue remind him. Yeah, they make sure that we have all these beautiful launching arena and the young boy. So on behalf of Kenya, please.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. And I start to say congratulations to Andrew and Jerusha. Keep it up. I'm here on behalf of the CEO, Kenya, heads of the country for official assignment. And the CEO is warm regards. We're so happy to be part of this. As Kenya, we are happy to really encourage young people and women in particular. That's why Jerusha, you're a woman, we are happy for you. Emmanuel, also you're a person, congratulations, and Kenya will really promote what you do. So as Kenya, they are the representative of farmers in the country in all the 47 counties. So we champion for what farmers do, and we are like the voice of these farmers. You see, like what Fed does, or does, like what is that Kenya does, to lobby for the interest of farmers. And in this regard, Kenya is a member-based organization where we provide services for members, and one of our key services that we're championing for currently is on social security. And the point has already highlighted that we need to really conserve our culture, that is one, and also we need to also empower the people that we lead and we with. So in this regard, Kenya has health insurance for farmers, where we are promoting well-being of our small-scale farmers, because as you all know, people in their formal employment are really having some skill, but farmers are really in their health. And these are some of our people who are in our culture, right? So for us to have our culture, we need also to empower these farmers. So we have farmer health insurance that supports small-scale farmers. This is in partnership with Jerusha. So we all welcome you to be part of it, and can also sponsor a young farmer or women farmer, because like you said, Kenya, most of the farmers are in climate change, and we don't want them to face the problems of old age. So we can sponsor them and support them that age. So in regards to the young people, what we're doing, we're empowering them to pick up their agricultural skills, because I'm so happy on the initiative to empower young farmers for it. And that type of thing, yes, we need to conserve our culture, and I'm so happy about your writer. So as Kenya, we're also supporting young people take up our culture, take up the development conversation, because we all need development. Because I'm sure without a healthy environment, we don't know how to get there. So we're supporting young people to do state services in our country. We have some Meru, Baraza, Nakuru, we want to Vale, we can come by a tree, and go and bring your house. You see that we need trees for landscape restoration, because for sure, for us to have a well-set statement you want to read, you're going to see.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kena. Alongside Kena,
we had Dr. Pombo Nikarau sponsoring this, what do you call it? This arena, this good, beautiful arena for the launch. We also had Lenny Muturi Mainge, and Dr. Eusebius Laibuta. They are the ones who made this big contribution. So we gave a conference for that. At this juncture, and I continue urging us, it is in the interest of time because we have to be winding up by 6, and it's already 5. I'd like to invite Dr. Mutunga. Dr. Mutunga is a published author as well. That is why whenever you invite him for such an event, he won't miss. That at least you can be sure. When it's about books, when it's about education, Dr. Mutunga will be there. Come on,
thank you very much, MC. Our great others today, especially the young man. I'm not trying to say that you're not great. I don't want to be sad using greatest among the two. I want to be left, leave that to me as a secret. I'm honored to be before you today, and before all these great men and women who have come here today. I was invited to the book launch, and I wondered whether we are launching the book we launched the other day. But I learned it was an enhanced version of a very new book. And then I was informed that it's not just one book, there are 2 books. And then I was told the others, and I was very interested to see, especially the young one. I've looked at your books, and I'm a bit touched that you are able to give us this, to satirize some of these things. That you're putting them in such plain and simplistic language so that everybody can understand what happens in the community. For those who may not be seeing like this for the first time, my name is Dr. Mutunga. I'm the Member of Parliament for Tirana West, a politician. So I've read this book, and I like what is in this book. I want to say a few things about this book, and probably even about the others. The others are like cousins to me. Let me explain something that people don't know. In Meru, we have something called blood brothers. These are my blood brothers. And we knew each other quite some time back, and we became friends as family. Mr. Maingi has been a long-standing friend of mine because his late dear wife comes from my village. She's one of those who took a pond as we were growing up. She was a good example of people who have worked very hard, gone to school, and achieved. And we really wanted to go to school and achieve because we saw good things associated with the family. So I associated very closely with my family, and by extension I got to know Jerusha and her family, and we are also friends in family. Now, allow me to say just a few things. What is written in these books, and especially the one that I'm holding, is extremely key for this society called Kenya. I was in Rwanda the whole of this week, and we undertaken a meeting. I'm a board member. I'm a board member of an institution called Kilimo Trust. Kilimo Trust is an Eastern African agricultural development trust. Started as a grant management agency, moved into implementation. Right now it's implementing programs in about 4 or 5 countries in the Eastern African region and extending to others. We have roots and soon become reality in South Sudan and the DRC. So as we spoke with East Africans, And especially on Wednesdays when many things were happening in Kenya, they were actually wondering what is happening in Kenya. And let me tell you something. Many people look upon Kenya for progress. They look upon Kenya for development. When they want to see societies that are moved, people who have been involuntarily influenced by circumstances to keep on working extremely hard, they come to Kenya. When they want to see roads jumping up and down, above buildings, they want to come to Kenya. I remember one president referred his people to Nairobi instead of going to London. So this Nairobi, which was London, is the same Nairobi that is becoming a gateway Nairobi for whatever is happening right now. So on Wednesday, we had a long conversation based on what was happening, and I felt obligated to explain a few things, because my South African colleagues may not have understood the genesis, the growth and development of what is happening in Kenya. We have a constitution that is liberal, the constitution that allows anybody to do anything, to say anything, almost doing away with the police, and I don't know. I don't want to go deep into that, but let me talk about politics because I'm a politician. Now, when you look at what I found under discussion, the two issues, being a chief, a village chief, or a village chief, I want to be very honest with you. I've interacted deeply with politicians. And I want to write grand politics. When I was getting into politics, I was a little bit worried because I'm a very, person who believes in truth, a person who would like to see things to be done correctly, that I need to be done. It's a choice that one makes. Become a village chief or a village chief. I'll give you two illustrations to show exactly how many leads we have and how many chiefs probably we have. I participate in a lot of community development activities, and sometimes they call upon us to try and even fundraise for them. I remember a certain event that I did up in some countries, and of course, you leave the money with the officials. And when I left this money with the officials, of course, it was over the weekend, and naturally, banks are not open for the weekend. So what basically happens is that the money is counted on Monday. Of course, the box is locked up. You buy a minimum of 3 padlocks and you distribute the keys. So unless the people with the keys meet before Monday, then it is not possible for them to open that box. And the bank keeps one open the key. So one institution or one individual keeps the key to that particular padlock, all of them. Which means, therefore, we must have a convening on Monday when this particular box is supposed to be opened. So this particular instance, just to state exactly what kind of a society we have. In this particular instance, the money was supposed to be counted on Monday. Naturally, what the bank does is that they give you a room, and of course, we trust our officials. The officials sit in a room, they open the box, pour it out on the table, and basically count the money. And bank, because you're in the bank. So you release the bank at the point of opening the box for you. So the boxes were open, the box was on the one. It was open, money was poured on the table, and of course there was evidence that money was taken from the box. They counted them, and they decided to make certain decisions. Right? And if money doesn't get into an account, then it is not accounted for. Account is for account. So part of the money was kept aside before putting money in the account. So what that tells you is that already the chiefs in the village have become thieves. Now what happened thereafter is that, you see, in an unhappy situation, in my own situation, in my own consideration, I make sure I have 3 sets of information. Whatever is contributed is basically counted there and then before it is put into the box. And then somebody records, and I do what is called triangulation. I have a minimum of 3 sources of information. And I look at all of them, and if they corroborate, then if there is no deviation between the 3, then I know that particular figure is okay. So I got to learn that the figure that was deposited was less 661,000. So I decided to follow up, and I went and called these officials, because the ones who were there, to my place. We met there, had a cup of tea, were very happy, and then of course we discussed many other things, and I asked them, now, how much money did you bank? Of course they told me, you bank so much. And then we looked at each other, they both looked at me, I looked at them, I told them, well, from my records, I think there's a mistake. Why is the mistake? So we looked through, and then they said, yeah, there was some money on top. You know what? We realized we put this money in the bank, and the chairpersons who have been coming every time to meet and plan for this event have not been compensated. It will be very difficult to compensate them. So, mistake number one, the members do not know. And I told them in my position opinion, you should have banked the money. And since members are the ones who have given you mandate, you should have gone back for that mandate. So it is okay or there's no problem. Now, that pronouncement was made in the presence of not only myself, but also my constituency manager. I am detailing this because it is really important. So what happened is that now, when they went away, they realized this person is following up, and he knows exactly what you have erased, because it's obvious. You know so and so produced so much, so you can add up. Almost about maybe 15 people contributed, and you can know what everybody contributed. Now, someone has gotten lost. So I decided, okay, then can you go and ask your members to allow me, as a member of parliament, and as the person who called people from outside the government contribute, to put my person in that account as a signatory, who will have one simple mandate, say no when he sees something is going wrong. They said, okay, we shall go to members. Now what they did, they visited the same account the following Monday. We were meeting on Sunday. They went on Monday and removed another close to $1 million, $990,000. And then they went and got the chairpersons and paid them up. I told them, now we have to make sure this member of parliament does not control us. When we go to the members, we refuse what he said we should do. We should not have controls, we should not be left to do whatever we want to do with this man. I'm giving you this testimony because it is happening for quite some time. Now I decided, okay, instead of meeting just the chairman, because I learned that, because you know you can always know, and we follow, public money we follow until the last cent is utilized. So I decided to call for a meeting on a Saturday, the following Saturday. In the span of a week, one point around 600 million has just gone, and the money has not been used for the purpose. So what happened? I called them. I told them, no, I don't want chairman. I want chairman, secretary, and treasurer, so that we can benefit all of us. We met, but, well, maybe it took a bit of time, and then we finally had a meeting. We talked, and we agreed on how to move forward. As we agreed on how to move forward, I felt obligated to say that the members need accountability for their money. And when the chairman stood to speak, and I'd like you to hear this, the first thing he did, do not trust politicians a lot. Sometimes they lie a lot. So first of all, I'm a liar. Before we start doing anything, I am already a liar. So whatever I've said already is what I've done. The second thing he says, we are also, we are taking care of the resources and so on and so forth. And there's another thing he said which was really not quite good. In the house, they confessed, on the first day we had a meeting, they confessed that they moved 661 to give to the child. Then he said, all the money that was backed was as such, whatever was backed was the correct amount, but we also got some money to give to the child. And those children were there and they were already in tune with what was happening. He said, yeah, that's okay, we agree on that. Then I asked him, is it the prerogative of the chairman to decide how much the other chairman should get, or is it the member's prerogative? They said we have requested, so we'll give it to them. Why am I saying this? People have done whatever they can to look for money to come and give. And instead of people appreciating, we call them thieves, because the people cannot be trusted. Secondly, we want to do whatever is money possible to take that money and put it in different things. The society is not in good shape. We need such books. We need to talk a lot. Now let's go back to the church. I'm a strong believer. I go to church every Sunday, many maybe, and I read the Bible a lot and I know many things about it. And I believe in doing the right thing. Now, you will find today, sorry to say this, most of the churches are comical. They are like theatres, they are centers where, instead of preaching the word of God, comedy happens. So don't go there for entertainment instead of listening to the word of God. And these are the things that we need to tell people loudly. Increase the volume. Tell them that if you are guiding people to go to heaven, first of all, you must look and appear and behave heavenly bound. Because if you are not heavenly bound, then you are integrating people. All these people are going to perish. Some not even hiding. Some you find them in corners doing things that are not depict anything close to being holy. Why am I saying this? The society needs correction. That is, in our time, we used to read a lot of these books. Today, people read their phones. In fact, students are refusing to do work, to do science, to do geography, to do everything because it is all in the phone. You say, why should I disturb myself? And it is just here. So, I think what you need is to put something between your ears. If something happens, somebody can go with their phone. But if somebody goes with your head, you don't need it anymore. Hello? You do not need to live anymore if somebody has chopped off your head. The only thing you can run away with is your head. So, for the young people at school, please put in store where it matters. Put it in your head. So when you read such books, they should influence you. And one person likes reading a lot. And one person also is promoting reading in my constituency. Last year, I imported a container load of books from Europe. Through a friend who collects books and ships them across. And those books, I gave them to each of the 51 secular schools. I gave each more than 25, I distributed more than 45,000 books. What I did is that I gave 18,000 books to the local library and distributed the others to everyone. There are story books, some are, science books. I gave books to KMTC, I gave books to the polytechnics, to Karuma and others. I had all sorts of books, even to the university. Even the main university, I gave them books. And this year, I'm importing again another container. What are we trying to say? Can our people read? Could we try to emphasize that our children read? When you see such a book, it has taken a lot of effort for somebody to sit and write it and consolidate these ideas and put them in perspective. So when we get satirized, we should also be, responsive. We should feel it. We should not harden the skin, weaken the skin. So I think we need to put it louder and even if it could be more simplistic for people to hear. The society needs to be corrected. And God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa, for this huge support. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we had invited our deputy governor. We had invited our governor, who was to send the deputy governor. I don't know whether she has sent someone to represent the county for this.
Somebody was sent, but they mistook that the event is in Nairobi. So they are still event.
Oh, it's okay. Yes, so unfortunate, but it's okay. Now, at this juncture, I'd like to invite mystery publishers. Mystery publishers have worked with the Jerusha since 2018. So they have a long-standing relationship, and we believe it's only just begun. So, on behalf of Mystery Publishers, please join me in putting our hands together as I welcome Vincent DePaul.
Thank you. And good evening once again. Formally to introduce myself, I'm Vincent DePaul, the CEO of Mystery Publishers. I'm also a writer. I've published 19 books. So when I talk of books, I know the path we are walking. So as the publisher of these books, it is both an honor and privilege to have birthed them. And these books, I believe they will go far. By seeing and looking at the reception that we have had. We have received a few pre-orders before the launch, and those who pre-ordered kindly, when you are leaving, please go to our reception. We have your names, and go home with your books. To the aspiring authors who are here, let me share why Mystery Publishers is your home for that story that you think of telling. At Mystery Publishers, we pride ourselves as the premier Pan-African publisher of choice. As you can see, the Marine Oil is fully Pan-Africanism. We are uncompromising in our standards. Many a time, we have reworked these manuscripts like over 10 times. Sometimes the writers, they are saying, no, I want my content to remain. And we give reasons why it should not remain. It should be edited out. So we pride ourselves in that uncompromising standard. And if you, as an aspiring author, you have weak in emotional reception of feedback, we do not like to massage egos like, oh, you are the best writer, we are going to do all of this. We like to show you the best way, such that your book is going to compete internationally. Don't think of your village. Don't think of Kenya only. Think of international standards. And that's what we are looking at. So we are grounded in the spirit of Afro-currency and Afrofuturism. We are not just publishing books, we are building platforms for new age African writers, as you can see with Emmanuel, where we inspire, we challenge, and transform. Every book we produce is beautifully edited, brilliantly designed. I think this is a testimony, and globally competitive. Our authors are proud to showcase their works at home and abroad. We have had book launches in South Africa, in Nigeria, and also in the West. And we are riding on the Western platforms because part of the publishing process will publish your book on Amazon. The Amazon will distribute your book globally. And also, as we say now, we are thinking of domesticating Amazon systems. So we are building our own Amazon platform. And this one is not an official launch of the same, but the orders will be coming to us from August. You'll be now publishing your book as though you are publishing on Amazon, on our platform. I'm very happy to say even the developer of that system is around to come and hear what you are saying. So we are very much into that. We have had book launches in other countries and all over. At the core of this mission, we have Mystery Creative Writing Training Institute, as this banner shows, whereby we provide the tools and mentorship needed to turn raw creativity into published brilliance, supported in part by the proceeds of our anthologies. Our courses equip you to navigate both the craft and the business of publishing. Our flagship initiatives, that is our Stories Redefined anthology, continues to be a powerful spotlight for emerging voices. From the 2021 Anthology Poetry edition to the Visionary 2023 edition, whereby we were looking purely at Afrofuturism and African futurism, this platform demands excellence. And through our distribution network, we ensure these stories travel far and wide. We also take immense pride in the Africa Redefined Indie Book Prize, whereby we recognize self-published authors. And also it is a privilege to say Jerusha has won the prize, the inaugural prize in 2022. She won that prize. And then others have continued, have come and they have won. This year, the book prize is opening in August. We are appealing to those who are self-published, you are in the year. Please submit. Yes, there is submission fee there also. submit to that, you are going to be evaluated by a panel of expert judges. 2022, our chief guest, Professor, attested to what we did through Jerusha's book, Echoes of Military Songs. So it is a process of ensuring we produce quality. None of this would be possible without the partners who walk this journey with us. We gratefully acknowledge Baraza Media Lab for hosting today's event with unwavering support. Nuria Bookstore, the home of African authors. When you look around, you can see those bookshelves. The others are here. Those are by Nuria. There is a lot of books there. Other partners who are not present here but have supported us immensely. And our editorial team, trainers, and creative collaborators who give their best so that every book reflects brilliance. Your partnership is not just appreciated, it is foundational to our vision. Don't to Dust and Marry Me a Poet represent the very essence of what we strive for. Literary works of depth, beauty, and daring. These pages carry the weight of lived experiences and the current of voices that must be heard. To the ODB writers and upcoming writers present, come partner with us. Join our writing academy. All submit to our next anthology. Our next anthology starts in this month, actually, 15th of this month. That is not this month, next month, that is July. An honest and powerful word at a time. Thank you for making this launch a success. Let's keep telling our stories and let's keep writing for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for working with Kananu and Emmanuel, and also for encouraging those who may want to do self-publishing. The doors are open. Pick your pen, just write. We've got a partner in Mystery Publishers. At this juncture, I'd like to invite Bwana Maingi. Bwana Maingi is a pillar. Bwana Maingi, Jerusha talks very fondly of you. I'm sure she has told you, but even to us, she talks very fondly of you. And she believes with you around, no one can mitonga her. She knows you are the pillar of the family. So karibu and make your remarks. The video is never off is a
Hamjambo tena. Bwana asifiwe. Asanteni sana. God bless you. I think wonders will never cease. One time when I was younger, after getting employment Professor were drinking a bit with some people in May. Then in 1972, there was somebody, Professor, I don't know, it was Dr. Kananu, who was a minister for local governments. And he came for inauguration of the Mayor of Mary. Now there was somebody called Bru, who used to drink with him very. And then Dr. Kananu came in a Mercedes, took Bru around, introducing him. So Bru went around the main town, greeting people as a mayor. And then he went out and looked at Bru. And then one of us was not around, he came late in the evening. And then he told, Bru is the new mayor of Mary. What? The one that we drink every day. He could not believe. Now, here I am. Yeah. Look at it. I was told he had written a book. Really? I didn't say no. I was surprised. I didn't believe it. I think I've come to see. Is it true? Really? Congratulations. I'm a very proud man today. Nasikia, what? I don't know what do I say. This is my grandson. Writing in English. I have been a writer myself, but I fear to write because I don't know English to get finished. I wish I went to America or the UK. Abroad. Yes, I had the word abroad. You know, Professor, I know English people are not joking. We people were born those years before you got independence. We understand what they call Mrs. Queen. We were ruled by Mr. and Mrs. Queen. You know about it? Her Majesty, the Queen Elizabeth, was the head of state. So, Musukus was not a joke. And English was not a joke. Alright? The white man, even ourselves, those people, I was another boy. We were feared because you were talking to the priest. And the people come slowly after my father, you know. Whoever was talking to father was a respected person. And it came the time, one time I was chairman of a board, and one day, who was to change his daughter. He came and said, this is thought you are choosing, you are chaser. And in Sikwisi, Sikunyo chai, I cannot afford taking tea. How do you look at people who are taking tea? And those people who know English, chai, Kunyo chai. And you know what? Chai was a mix of tea leaves and milk. Without anything else, suppose you ate anything else or drank porridge, you will spoil tea. Lakini hii mwaribu, you people, you have spoiled everything. Until now, you can take the tea with the guache, or Roma. People who know English were taking tea only, you imagine. And then the stomach will stay without eating anything because the joy is good. English was not a joke. So, when the professor was writing, and it was an edition, we used to read a lot. Bukenya, very quickly we would read about Bukenya, and we feared it because of English. Yeah? You are feared in English in East Africa because of the English. You don't believe it? But I'm telling you, I wasn't today coming to see you. Am I going to shake his hand? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. I should appreciate the knowledge of the books of these children. They are the children of my sister. who I love very much. And yesterday, I was at Munoi attending our conference, which was heading today. But they had to come yesterday so that they will come and they attend testing at the meeting. And I have no words to say. The Euro. I've seen my name in your book. Let me, ladies and gentlemen, my name was never been written in another book. You may not believe it. You see it in the papers and certain reports, the journals and so on. Even the Google knows me. But I've never been known in your book. That's very much in my name. What do I do? Today is my great day. This is a flat one. Alright? Siberin? Are you happy for me? Yes. Really?
Thank you.
You read it again?
Yes.
Now I think I believe that will right. Because I've seen you come, yeah. Okay, madam. Alright? That was a story I was told by Okomo. Okomo was my lecturer at the university. Yeah? Okomo. You see, I'm telling these people not to joke with English and saying it's a joke. There are people who used to go to the Harris. When I'm getting independence, they would go to America, they would go to UK, and they came. And one of the people from Okomo's village came back. And all the village people came to see him. Our son has come. And then the mistake he made is that he spoke English that people would understand. They were very annoyed, they dismissed him. Yeah? I think at the end of summer, and the result of the grace of my city was here. You understand that? This one would speak English, that people would understand. So it was useless for him to go to abroad. So next time, you have written in Kibero English, which here you are, and said you have given new eyes. It will go at the madam, no? You see, that is Kibero. To Mohammed, you have given new eyes. That's again what it means. She is writing impossible things. Right? And that's what I was expecting you because now you are writing things that we cannot understand. Because if you write English that you understand, then you shall not expect it. Right? So continue writing that English that we cannot understand. I think you get the joke.
Yes, I did.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor, one uncle to him, Ben Asantelisan. Thank you very much for really coming and saying that, yeah, and unfortunately your sister left, but we still cherish you as a friend. It's good that you introduced to us and you belong to us. We support you and we shall continue supporting you. Take it from us on behalf of the children. We made a place around with you that is kidding. Nachapakilo. Sina mambo ingine. Mimi nasema asante. Tell Emmanuel to write my name. You tell him. And you keep on reminding. And then the book that you write, then you write my name.
Makofi kwa Anko. come and welcome Commissioner Exodus. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Asanteni sana. I'm just humbled to see all of you. Everyone know that I've seen you and I appreciate. Professor, we are really grateful. Thank you, Uncle. I'll always be his little girl, so, and our favorite. I don't want that we start quarreling, but I still say that. So, I'm introducing a man that will be brief. Professor is tired, he doesn't stay out past 6, and we respect, I don't know what to say, Prof. We met with USPA's commissioner, I'm supposed to call him Dad, but for the sake of all of you. At the time when I was feeling that my dad and my mom would be very happy to be here. And then when I'm thinking that, he sent me, I'm sent by the internet to talk to him. And he sent me a photo and results that they shared the class with my late dad. And even tells me this boy, who you think is grandson, looks like my friend Marete that we were in school together, because we kept Afro together and started asking, your son is also keeping hair. Your father and I used to keep the same Afro, and sent me the photo and the results of my dad. I don't remember the year, but he sent me the results of my dad. So I felt my dad and mom were sending, they are filling in, because it was at the time I was actually sending invitation. Please come forward and bring the presence of my mom and my dad, because he told me he knew other men who are fighting for my mom with my dad, but they used to know how my dad won. So please let's put our hands together. Because my mom and dad are already in the hall. Clap for them. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, son.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Okay, I'm very happy to be here. As you've heard from Jerusha, I'm studying here as kind of personification of dad. The dad was my classmate, brother, my age mate, and we grew together in those early years. You understand that passion of someone who is your age mate. In Meru, we know who an age mate is because we do the fun together, do small talk, you know. And before I speak, as the keynote speaker, I would like to request all of you to stand for 1 minute in silence in remembrance of Jerusha's dad and mom. Thank you. Please get seated. If I continue, in this book, I've seen wonderful dedication to the parents. Please allow me to read. The first one is for Mom, Nuria Marete, my beloved mother, a pillar of strength and devotion. You provided unwavering support, discipline, and education, shaping my siblings and me into accomplished individuals. Your resilience and guidance are enduring legacy. Mom left us about 2 years ago, or rather 2 years ago, on 5th April 2023. Then Dad, Julius Marete, the father I profoundly missed growing up with. Your selflessness was a beacon of love and responsibility. Your legacy endures through the strength and values you instilled in us, the love you shared with our mother, a testament to your character and faith. As you can realize, I'm reading these messages, there are a lot of, I'm feeling something for these two parents. Thank you. Okay, I have a speech and I'll read it for you. Please be patient. I would just want to remember my brother Julius, the way he was to early years. And I'm trying to remember issues of 60 years ago, because we went to school together in 1965. That is when we went to class 1. And we did our CPE, Certificate of Primary Education, in 1971. That is exactly 54 years ago. And I shared the results with her. 1971. I remember his index number was 34 038 005. That was the index number. It was very clever. My number personally was 34 038 015. In the class, we were 31, meaning that I was an average student in the middle, but my brother was far ahead. He was actually very bright. I remember we used to sit in the same desk, and when he used to revise, he would kind of revise like this, as if he was singing. He was actually revised as if he was singing. This is what I'm seeing now being replicated in the poems you write. You would actually read by saying, and you record everything. In fact, they had kind of a photographic mind. Let me tell you. Walking style, he used to walk upright and focused. And walk like that. You know, before bed. Now, before bed. That's how we used to walk. And actually, the grandson here come. He was exactly like that. His head was more or less symmetrical, like the way you can see. Yes, and the front like that. And the smile, just like you. This is how my grandfather used to be. Like you. Okay? Thank you for coming up, for remembering him. We used to act and the way he worked. And I've really seen you talk just the way you used to speak. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. The mother, I remember the mother was also a very beautiful lady. We all used to fight for her. But as we know, ladies usually favor the right people. So that's how your father was able to win your mother. In fact, that family usually used to have beautiful daughters. You can even see my uncle here. He is also an handsome gentleman. Yes, he is. So the sisters actually used to be very beautiful. Starting with the first one, I think she used to be Angela. Yes. Yes, Angela. Yeah. Gentlemen could not even let her finish school. That is the sister, the first sister. So did I switch?
May I finish?
Sorry?
I finished school myself.
Yes, you did.
That's why did I finish?
It doesn't. Okay. This is my address. Good evening again, esteemed guests. Of course, there are very prominent guests here. Professor Austin used to read you in the school. We used to read your books. I was actually in high school, I was a good student in literature, so we used to read your books, including those of occult people in Habitek. Used to be Professor Occult Habitek. Our brilliant authors, Jerusha Kananu Marete, Emmanuel Marete, Matthew. It is an immense privilege and profound honor to stand before you today, not just as a speaker, but as a witness to a remarkable convergence of voices, a powerful testament to human spirit, and a celebration of the enduring power of storytelling through poetry. Tonight, we are not just launching books, we are unveiling windows into different worlds, different experiences, and different phases of the human condition. We are celebrating the courage of two individuals, a mother and a son, who have chosen to lay bare their hearts, their insights, and their vulnerabilities on the printed page. First, let us turn our attention to the much anticipated second edition of Marry Me a Co-Wife by Jerusha Kananu Marete. When the first edition graced our bookshelves, it sparked conversations, challenged perceptions, and offered a nuanced look into a subject often shrouded in silence and judgment. Jerusha, with a characteristic grace and unflinching honesty, invited us into the intricate dynamics of polygamy, not as a sensationalized topic, but as a lived reality fraught with complexities, joys, sorrows, and unexpected turns. The return of this powerful narrative in the second edition speaks volumes. It signifies the enduring relevance of the themes, the continued need for dialogue and around cultural practices, family structures, and the profound emotional landscapes within them. I have no doubt that this new edition will continue to provoke thought, foster empathy, and encourage deeper understanding of diverse relationships and the women who navigate them. Jerusha's work is a vital contribution to our literary landscape, offering not just poetry, but a mirror reflecting societal norms and individual resilience. And now, we turn to a profound and deeply personal work, Dome to Dust, Echoes of a Wounded Soul, by Emmanuel Marete. The title alone hints at the journey within a journey from the depths of struggle to perhaps the dawn of understanding. In a world that often encourages us to mask our pain, to shy away from our vulnerabilities, Emmanuel has chosen a different path. He has bravely opened his soul, allowing us to bear witness to the echoes of his wounds, the struggles that have shaped him, and the resilience that has defined his path. This book, I believe, will resonate deeply with many. It is a testament to the power of introspection, the courage to confront one's demons, and the profound healing that can emerge from shared experiences. In sharing this truth, Emmanuel offers not just a narrative of personal struggle, but a beacon of hope for others who may be grappling with their own wounded souls. His words will undoubtedly serve as a reminder that even in the dust of our most challenging moments, there is a potential for new dawn. What is truly extraordinary about this evening is the beautiful synergy between these two works. We have a mother exploring societal structures and relationships through fictional lens, deeply rooted in reality, and a son briefly delving into raw and filtered landscape of his personal experiences. Both, in their own unique ways, are exploring the human condition, the complexities of relationships, whether familial, romantic, or with oneself, and the journey of self-discovery and healing. This double launch is a powerful reminder that literature is not merely about entertainment, it is about empathy, understanding, and connection. It is about giving voice to the voiceless, shedding light on the hidden corners of our lives, and fostering a sense of shared humanity. To Jerusha, you, Emmanuel, I offer my deepest congratulations. You have both demonstrated immense courage, talent, and dedication in bringing these stories through your poems to life. Your words will undoubtedly touch hearts, open minds, and leave a lasting impact. To everyone gathered here tonight, or rather this evening, I urge you to embrace these narratives, read them with an open heart and a curious mind. Allow them to challenge your perspectives, to stir your emotions, and to deepen your understanding of the rich tapestry of human experience. Thank you. Asanteni sana kunisikia.
Makofi tena Commissioner. Yeah, yes, thank you so much. Now to our chief guest. In a mock gesture of blessing the budding by the legendary, kindly Emmanuel, come and welcome Professor to give his keynote speech.
Okay, wow. So first of all, I'm honored, deeply honored to be the one to welcome my literature grandfather, Professor Austin Bukenya, to the stage. This man, though he may not know it, Grandpa has been very inspiring in my life. I remember he sent me a happy birthday video, and it was really inspiring. It kept me going, and every time, every day, I'm always aiming to becoming you. So first of all, thank you for existing. Second, thank you for being successful, and thank you for paving the path of very many writers. I've heard so many words about you, and you are truly a literary grandfather. Welcome. Please let us give a round of applause for Professor Austin Bukenya. Thank you.
Honored guests, Mheshimiwa Daktari, wazee wenzangu, Professor Mbele. Wow. Okay. And our authors that we celebrate today, Emmanuel Jerusha Kananu Marete, Emmanuel Marete, all protocol observed. We said tukizingatia itifaki kamili. I wanted to speak some good English today because our authors write very good English, but I have a problem that every time I come home to Kenya, and I say home because I lived here for over 20 years, I feel very highly tempted to speak in our common language, Kiswahili, but I will not indulge myself that way. Let me, and of course time is not on our side as things are. So I'll just say a few things. I've written, something that would read out on my phone, but it's not necessary. I think the memory is still reasonably good, so I can speak from it and at least try to summarize. A lot of very curious things have happened today to me. One is when somebody mentioned Professor Prof. I think in the panel. Now, Professor Kombo was a very good friend of mine. At one time, I sent him to Dar es Salaam, where I'd been an undergraduate, and to collect my transcripts. And he found them, and when he came back here, he said to me, Austin, what are you doing in literature? You're a linguist. It was that kind of sharp, human speaker and so on. But I told him, for me, when he had looked at my grades, clandestinely, just to see how I performed, and he saw that most of my very good grades were actually in linguistics and language. And where is our professor? I'd actually studied French at Dar es Salaam. It was my language of choice. I told him that for me, language and literature are actually two sides of the same coin. And when I speak about language and writing and literature and communication, they all come together. Anyway, let me start broadly by saying, we're talking about our Meru homeland and how I come to belong to it. Maybe some of you didn't know this, but briefly, I didn't establish a home there directly, but my connection with it started in 1978, after I'd been living here for a year, that we went to a place called Kaga Girls, and we were adjudicating drama and so on, but there was more to it. Because the famous Kasigo, do you remember him? Kasigo Nyambwani actually happened to be my student, and I taught him in Makere. And then, of course, in those troubled years when we came to Kenya, he got a job at Kahaga and started doing wonders, these dramatic wonders with his students. Eventually, of course, he was poached and he went to Kabarak. And then he re-poached again, went to St. Mary's, Nairobi, and poached back to Kabarak, by presidential command, and so on. You remember, it's a very long story. But I loved the place, when I was there. And of course, Kasigwe, with all those wanderings, eventually I think he ended up getting a shamba in Meru. And I passed away sometime. So my connections with the rail date back to as far as that. And of course, when I went to Kenyatta University, a lot of my friends, some of my students, some of them are now professors and so on. And then if I get tired, I'll sit down. my colleagues there, Professor Murungi, Professor Irene Mabu, Swahili Wenzangu, and so many others who are close colleagues. And the others, neighbors, you remember famous Miss Jennifer Rilia, and were close, just same street neighbors and so on. And so it traces that back. But to come back to Jerusha and Emmanuel, I was, of course, I noticed these young writers, and I'm always very, very proud of them. And, in fact, I won't go into the details, but I think you are the future. You are the future of this country, and especially you, now young teens, ZJ and so on. So I was supposed to come to a function at which Jerusha was supposed to do some of her writings, but we didn't make it because that is when, sadly, your sister, your two sisters passed away, one next to the other. And
my wife and my sister.
So we couldn't, I couldn't make it then, but I noticed that I knew how distressed and grieved she was. And I tried, I was just a distant acquaintance to comfort her or so. So I told her, don't worry, you are a writer, so we writers are your parents, especially me. So that's how we became actual relatives. We did eventually meet, and she wrote me a poem which she recited at my 80th birthday. I said, I turned 80 last year. So when you were talking about their days, I realized I was of the generation of their teachers. So I thank God for that. Now, maybe before I forget, because the memory gets rather tricky these days, let me just beg your indulgence and introduce three persons. Is this three? Who are they now? You see, but let me, at least, yeah, of course, Professor Shiko, is he still here? He headed one of the, the other two who are still here are Professor Mbele. Naomba uje mbele sasa. I said I would speak English. Come up, Professor, please. And Mwalimu Victor Ochen. While they are coming, I'll just tell you that Professor Shikuku, who I might just have briefly told, but he did a show of one of the dramatic pieces I've written, The Bride. Some of you have read it. And he performed it at Kenyatta University, partly for my 80th birthday celebrations, which we held there, because that's where I taught for over 20 years. And so they took it around to an international competition, drama competition, and it won outright. Kenyatta University won the international prize there. And so you can see when I say I'm very proud of Kenya, I'm very proud of my colleagues. I really mean it. Now, Professor Mbele, Joseph Mbele, he may pretend to look as old as me, but he's years younger because I hadn't graduated, but we are alumni of the famous Chuo Kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. I was there in 1965 to 1968, and of course 69 because I also went back briefly as a graduate scholar. And then he came in to interfere with the others, famous professors now, Kaiji, Mlokozi, and so on. These were the classes. But I'm very proud of him. And they are proud of me, he tells me. That once he came to meet me at Kenyatta University when he was doing his research, and we talked. But he's in town for another conference, African Language Association. But he heard that we were meeting here, and says, Bukenya is there, so he can say hello. He's now based in the United States, at St. Olaf. Olaf College. And but he's very highly respected. And a very, very productive author, and he has especially been concerned with making Americans understand African culture and the other way around. So, Professor, nashukuru sana, karibu. Victor Ocheng is my star reader. People have told you I write for the Saturday Nation here every week. And he's the basic critic and reader of my pieces, and he comments on them, so I'm very proud of him. Oh, I'm getting a bit shaky, getting a chair there, so I can just, you know, now, Ocheng is also a mentor of schools and school administrators and teachers and so on. And he has a very strong outfit, which I'll be willing to share with you, mentoring schools and teachers and school administrators on how to properly mentor our students, which I think is a very useful service. So, Victor, thank you very much for everything. Keep it up, and can let you get down to good. So, David, let me now just talk about three things connected with this occasion. One is, strangely, that in the article I wrote today about the launch of these books, I mentioned the thieves. That when we talk about people who put food on the table, many of them are thieves. I'm surprised that many of you have mentioned chiefs and thieves. But anyway, apart from that, I want to just say three things. I won't go into the details because a lot of people have talked about the books by including the commissioner here, books about over two authors, Emmanuel and Jerusha. And they're already there, and many of you are already having a look. So all I can say is, well, test and see. Do you remember Psalm 34? Test and see that the stuff is good. Okay, now, but I'll talk about just three things. First of all, poetry. What is poetry? And why poetry? People have said it again. Our MC, remember what the late Leopold Songo said, the famous poet, West Africa, Senegalese poet. He says, poetry, naming something is making poetry. N'est-ce pas, professeur? Noble la chose, c'est faire la poésie. Can you please tell us what that means? That naming something is creating poetry. This is it. Poetry is just about talking about things. Noble la chose, c'est faire la poésie. If you name something, you're making poetry about it. And Emmanuel is saying something, naming the early teenage struggle in life and making poetry about it. Jerusha Kananu in Marriage Co-wife is doing the same, talking about the challenges, especially of the changing times, the changing ways and approaches to life of our times. So this is basically it. But why do we mention? Why do we name these things? Because we have a social concern. We want to share our awareness of the realities with our people. and that is why we talk about it. I once wrote a little piece that was published in a collection by my former colleague, Valerie Kebera, and it's called simply The Poem. I don't know if I can remember it rightly, but I said, the poem is you and me. The word is my yearning, trembling hand, venturing out timorously to touch your yearning, trembling hand, and hoping that the touch will light a spark, a flame to burn the darkness around the earth. So, yearners, tremblers, touchers, ignite. You have nothing to lose but the trembling and the darkness. So, that is it. I performed it for you. Now, basically, the poetry, as those I taught, and I know I speak quite a lot now. I have about 4 generations. People I taught, people who taught the people I taught, and these ones who have taught the ones that they taught. So, but you may remember that I said that poetry is we see it as a creative process. And when we see it as a creative process, what we are seeing is that we begin from observation. Observe the reality. Observe it. Then the imagination, think about it. See how it combines, how it challenges, and so on. And then it is expression. Get the right language to do it. And this is what we are all trying to do. And when we talk, we change the world, we change our perception of the world, and our running of the world, because we've observed well, we have reflected and thought, and we have expressed well. I must congratulate both of you, Mom and Emmanuel, about the tremendous competence with the language, the sound of it, the meaning of it, the figurativeness of it, the social expression and concerning it. All these are part of that creative process, and you've done a very good job. And this brings me to, I think I'll make it the last point, which I also mentioned in passing in my article today. Victor will already have picked it up, that the arts, literature generally, is not a pastime. Literature is not a joke, sarakasi. It is not vegetation too. People may laugh, people may enjoy it, and yes, yeah, we do make it enjoy, we want you to enjoy it, but it's because we want to coat the peel of reality with a little humor here and there. But most importantly, poetry is a service to the community, it's the enlightenment of the community. And this is why you see the double standards people do a lot of things. When we write, they say, those are jokers. They don't serve any purpose in society. We want the scientists and so on, because they're the ones who create jobs, who generate income, and put food on the table, as I said. Do you hear that? So they say that, but actually, when we really do come out and speak, they lock us up. They detain us. They go like they did to Kabirithu and knock down the theaters and so on. And of course they exile us and they exile the movie. Well, I shared a bit of the exile when coming to Kenya. You people spoiled me so much that I forgot that I had to run away from my own country. But, so you see, when they try to suppress the arts, all the creative arts, they tell those lies about, but the point is that they don't want you to read what we write. They don't want us to write what we see about the chiefs who are thieves and so on. So they suppress, they really burnt down, we heard about in history, in China, where people burnt down whole libraries just because they want to silence the voice of the writer. So we have to fight tooth and nail. we have to fight tooth and nail to keep the writing going. And that's why when this and the Pope, I congratulate you for initiating these publishing services beyond the so-called established, powerful houses for which I write, that you are contributing to this struggle. And for you writers, of course, many of you are, and of course the readers are the ones who sustain us writers. Write and talk out, speak out in your writing as best you can, and you're contributing. I don't know if Father Ochen is still here, but so that we talk about ministers of the word. Of course, there we think of the biblical writings. Of course, the Bible is literature, and much of it is actually poetry. Do you remember the Song of Solomon? The Song of Songs, This is just a beautiful poem, and many other books in the Bible, actually, books of poetry. But we are also servants of the word, ministers of the word, in that sense, of course, from maybe a secular approach. But our service is as important as that of who preach the spiritual gospel. So keep at it, write and fight for it. And maybe finally, coming back to my friend Emmanuel, I think I want to congratulate you in a very particular way. Congratulations, because you've done something very special for me. I mean, among other things, I like your feeling for the sound of words, the meaning of words, and so on, and keep it up. But most importantly, I'm a self-declared, I'm not self-declared, now widely acknowledged male feminist. I'm in very strong support of the female cause and female emancipation and empowerment. But as we are beginning to realize more and more, while we are working so much on empowering the girl child, the boy child is being neglected. Have you noticed? So when a young man like Emmanuel comes out and speaks out, maybe trembling like we all do, but fearlessly, I think that's a very, very good step in the right direction. Because what I keep saying, that we cannot empower our women enough and properly without empowering our men. So let's have that balance. And I think, Emmanuel writing for his age mates, and of course for us, is doing very good service. And I would encourage your colleagues, I see some of them here, and other young people also to come out and write. Very often when we talk about children's literature, we think about us old people writing for the young people, but there is that area of young people writing for us and writing for themselves. So it's a very good step in the right direction, and I will encourage you and your generation to keep it up. Finally, ningependa niwashukuru tu kwa kunialika kutupatia heshima hii ya kipekee ya kuwatembelea na kusimamia na kuongoza sherehe hii. Nimefurahi sana na nakushukuru. Ninawahimizia hasa kwa sababu tumesema kwamba Jerusha Kananu anaandika kama kizungu cha kileo, lakini I think that's an answer also to Ngugi's call for writing in our own languages. We are not for quite a long time to come going to just abandon English. We will have to use it, but if we are going to use it, not just like we want to say, let's write only in our languages. But English is our language, and we've done a lot to earn it, we've paid a high price, and we are not going just to throw it out of the window overnight. So while we're writing it, let's nativize it. Tuitwae kwa nguvu, tuitumie lugha ya wazungu. I think we have the ability to do it, and we will do it, and I think called Latter-day or Court speaks from the village and gives us the idiom of the village. Nawashukuru sana na nawatakieni nyote kila la heri. Tutazidi kuonana. Asante.
Professor deserves a standing ovation. Tupigie makofi tafadhali, tupigie makofi. Kwa makofi, kwa makofi, kwa makofi. Na kabla Profesa hujakaa, kwa niaba ya Mystery Publishers, pita hapa mbele kidogo hivi. Vincent Paul anayo tunuku ya kukushukuru. Sijui una maneno ya kusema kabla hujampatia?
Thank you. Myself, I'm not a product of literature departments. Sijapitia any university for literature, but I've been reading the stories on Saturday Nation, and one day I was featured on the same page with you. I took the whole page and then your photo, a very small photo of you was there on top, and I was very happy. So today, come a mystery publisher, we are giving you this pen organizer. We have marked it Inspired Ink, Eternal Flame. That is what you add to Africa. That is what you add to our nation. So this is our mystery publisher. You'll be putting your pens here as you continue to write. And this will be keeping time. This is a clock. So you can use it as a USB or like a batteries. So as mystery publishers, we are very happy.
Makofi, makofi zaidi. Thank you so much. Na Professor akikaa, ningependa kumkaribisha. You may take your seats as I invite Kobia. For the vote of thanks, and all the way from the United States of America, the extension of Jerusha's family is watching and following and sending their love and a lot of appreciation for you turning up and also being such inspiration and encouragement to the writing journey of Jerusha. Thank you very much. Kimali, asante sana, is following. Na wapenda Kobia with a photo of thanks. And then after that, we're going to have a very brief photo session, and we call it an evening. And then Ben, I'll also give you an opportunity to say hi, and ulisikia venye tulichangamka. Yeah, you need to tell us where we can find you when we need you. Yes. Where is Jim Muchui, Mheshimiwa? Come here. Come here. You will talk with my finger on the switch with the off button. You have only 1 minute to greet us and say everything else that you had intended to say. And your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jim Muchui. My name is Jim Muchui, MCA for one called Alabama, and I'm going to be from the Prof of Mary. Alabama is where Jerusha comes from, and brother. And congratulations, your brother. Son. Yes, son, sorry. Yeah, congratulations on your son. And the people there back at the gate told you that you come here and say that we are very proud of you. We are very proud of you from back home, and still we are some who's a king. Thank you so much.
Before you go, come here. Yes. We were all buying books. Books, not a book. To promote. How many are you buying to take back to the schools in your village or in your ward?
Okay, I've been buying books for you, and also today I buy. I'm not the one who was at the very last. Is that the case? Yes. Now, so for now, I'll take 5 at 15,000 and I'll continue my name.
Thank you. It's good you came late. So, what offense?
Thank you so much. My name is Chief Inspector Nicholas Kananu. Kimati is my uncle, but because of distance and the work from USA, I could not manage, but sincerely, he said that he's with us from the onset of the arrangement of launching the books and receive his greetings and just want to appreciate each and every person who has been involved to support Emmanuel and Jerusha to ensure that this dream must be actualized. I'm indeed grateful even to ministry publishers for the great support that they have given this family. Without forgetting Commissioner Lebuta, in fact, you've given a lot of mentorship and support to this family. And I want also to say a lot of thank you to Professor because of accepting to come and you are patient despite your age. Allow me to appreciate each and every person who was invited by the family, and despite your busy schedule, you find your time to come and stand with Emmanuel to ensure that he actualizes his dream. Without much ado, Kimati said that I want to acknowledge the presence of my aunt, Kende Mugambi. Kindly please stand where you are and wave to our friends. Kende, my aunt, come. She's sister to Kimati, and just say a word.
Good evening, everyone. It's such a surprise to me to be called upon to give a word and least prepared for it. But in a very special way, I give thanks for the presence of each of you in a very, very personalized manner. And because my brother Kim really treasures this moment. And looking for the best words to say, I'm a Gen Z mother. And I said, our children, we're proud of you to be rising to the occasion, to bring the change we want. May the change be felt in all aspects. Not only politically, but also in our workstations, in our homes, and everywhere that we have agency. You're so talented, you're both, you're all empowered, because we've worked very hard, silently, under duress in most times, to give you the best opportunities we could. Please grab those opportunities and rise up, and I'm not even gentle enough. He's not sure whether he's a gentle or an alpha, but I would say I'm very proud of you, my son. And I know your writing is very independent from my sister's writing, and that's why I feel more proud, because you've risen up to the occasion at a very opportune time. Please face the world without a limit, reach the heights. You have a good mentor. You say he is a Buka. In our native language, we say Buka. Grad writer. You should believe it. Prof, I read your stuff in silence. I have had no opportunity to write it anywhere, but I'm proud of your work. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who made time to be here, and all those who have shaped this occasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to my aunt.
Kimani said that I should remind the Belgians around that Ko, or wife in Kibiru, is called Muiru. Thank you so much, our great elders. I almost got confused with the Batai. And thank you for correcting me. Allow me now to give you the flowers that my uncle Kimani said that I give you flowers, all of you. Na nitaipeana na Kiswahili. Nataka kuwapea maua kama as part of appreciation ya Kimani kwa niaba ya familia. So nikisema tutafute maua, ninaomba kila mtu ujaribu kutafuta maua around you. Utafute maua. Nikisema maua ya blue, tunasema blue. Nikisema red, tunasema red. And then tutamalizia na yellow because Kananu amevaa yellow, alafu tubebe hiyo maua tuwape, alafu tutakuwa tumemalizia. Na tutatumia lugha ya kuomba ya Ukambani. So nikisema tuma the maua, tuma the mala, mnatafuta. Haya, tuma the mala, tafuta maua. Tuma the mala, mablu. Mnarudia mablu. So unajua Mr. Mike is wearing blue. Mablu. Malendi. Yellow. Haya, tuwaveneza. Tufunge mzuri, tuwapelekee, tuwagushie. Thank you so much. Mbarikiwe sana.
Thank you. Asante sana. Thank you so much. We come to the end of this. But before we wrap it, very fast, tafadhali. Umesi Jerusha and Emmanuel Marete. Peter, what is this you're dropping? Cameraman, are you ready? Where is Vincent, the publisher? Where is Vincent? And the Mystery Publishers team? Yes. There are so many. Jerusha anaweza kaa katikati. Lakini atakalia ya hilo. Lakini sawa. Oh yeah, like that now. Yes. That is meta. Thank you. Then to join them, the chief guest and Mr. Eusebius. Yeah, join them. So now in the same, I'd like to invite Dr. Mutunga and Jim. Dr. Mutunga and Jim. Jim Mutoi and Dr. Mutunga. Jim, ingia kwa hiyo picha. Great. Now, members of the family present, thank you very much, Jim. Members of the family present, Wanamainge, Kawe, members of the family present. We may, if numbers are a bit high, we'll pull the chairs to the front kidogo. Yeah, pull the chairs to the front kidogo so that some people can stand at the back. That is one, two. Members of the family present. Now, some of you can sit. Members of the family present? Yes. Hey, some smile. Yes, namna hiyo. Are you done? Not yet. Not yet. Keep smiling. Keep smiling. No, not yet. Not yet. Thank you. With the professor still there, members of the panel, panelists, any panelists still around? The panelists still around? Great. The panelists, those who are still around? The panelists who are still around. Hiyo imepigwa. Have we beaten this one? Not yet. Thank you. Comrades. Professor weka hapo, wewe ni common denominator. Ulipata another expression here, common denominator. Comrades. Sijaitisha wanafunzi wake. Wamejijua, wamekuja. Thank you. Kananu's colleagues. Hapo ndio unangoja huyo cameraman achukue.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Jerusha's colleagues, Jerusha's colleagues and friends, colleagues and friends, colleagues and friends. Kananu Mogela, Regine. And then Emmanuel's schoolmates, is it? Yes. And finally, tumefunga na picha ya mzee wengi na wazee wenzake. Colleagues and friends, I smile tena. Sasa ndivyo, weka smile. Import your smile. Hapo tumetoka. Haya. You may clear the stage. Mboki ya Emmanuel. Mboki ya Emmanuel. And then Bwana Maingi and wazee zake. Ngoja Bwana Maingi. Mboki ya Emmanuel kwanza. Nyinyi ndio mtafunga.
Hey, you're the guy here.
Okay,
are you president? What I mean to be available.
Legile, era camere. Thank you. Now Bwana Maingi na wazee wenzako. Thank you very much. Thank you, because we already had the vote of thanks. Just to say a big thank you once again for that wonderful moment we've had. Now you can have your books autographed by you can have your books autographed by the authors. Yeah, they are ready to photograph your books. And also, if you have made your order, you can go pick your books at the reception. From there now, we have more time to interact and make new contacts. Ben, please. Ben is the guy behind the music. Okay, fine.
Okay, so my name is Baraza. So I came here particularly to indulge you, particularly the side of entertainment. I do music, and I'm a CEO of a company called Baraza Production, where we do everything, virtually everything that surrounds creative works. In some of our studios, we do audiobooks. I say that because it's related to what's going on here. If you're a publisher and you like to transform your book into one that can be heard, we do that also at our studio. Then again, any of you who would like to record anything, perform anything that should be recorded, kindly come to our studios. There's a gentleman called Kananu, one of the biggest stars from Maryland, and one of the best musicians in this country. Kananu records at our studios. The other day he did a song called Candy. Candy is one of the most trending songs in the country today. He did it with us 2 weeks ago. So those are some of the works that we do. Then again, finally, we teach music. We teach performance of music. We teach how to play the instruments, particularly, the basic instruments, but also African lyres. When we talk about African lyres, we're talking about Adobo, Bitubu, Yatiti, and so on. Basically, that's what we do. But if you want to consult on anything that goes with the creative works, but particularly that goes with sound and music and studio production, please consult us.
No, mimi but the amount to me vitu za nilikuwa nimetuma sasa vitu ananiambia mwenyeziwo. No, sikiza. No, sikiza wewe. What do you see down? I don't know really. Hebu piga pita ndio nasema niongee.